What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. That 150 PPP, don't be a pothole. Good morning, everybody. Let me see here. Where is... There we go. Get that baby up there. I still haven't messed around with the cameras yet. We just hung out last night at the lounge. Played some shit. Oh. Man. Last night's episode, holy crap. Some crazy shit. Disturbing shit. It's like, damn. So we're going to be talking about that today too. 138 pages, we have them. Shout out to the community. Thank you for that. Thanks for sending those. I haven't even read them yet, so if anybody has, yeah, I can imagine. So we're going to be talking about that today. I'm going to be hanging out on Silky's channel tonight. Be hanging out with Silky Southern Tea tonight. That'll be fun. I still need to readjust these cameras. It's not set up right. But we'll say good morning to everybody. I need a drink of coffee too. For some reason, it's not as warm as it usually is on what. What's up, Skittles? Good morning, Kip Kitty. Oh, is that a mountain? Or somebody puking? I can't tell if it's a mountain or somebody puking. Hope you're feeling better. I know everybody was sick. I got a little nervous there a couple days ago, but I'm good. What's up, Kevin? Coo. What's up, Catherine? Good morning. Brandywine and True Crime. There she is. Ooh.
Hey.
There we go. Is it adding her? Hold on a minute. It's just got me on this. They don't want just me on this damn thing. There we go. What's up, Silky?
Good morning, CJ. Wow.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Up,
Wow. Yesterday was killer for me, and I actually went live last night just to talk about some of the stuff because I was so upset.
Yeah.
But I am saving...
We just ran across it.
Yeah. I emailed it to you. And I tell you what, CJ.
Oh, so that was you? I thought that was you that emailed it to me?
That was my personal email.
What do you have? Oh, okay. Because I was like,
I've got 3 emails.
Okay, thank you.
I've got
okay.
At least 3 emails. That is my personal one. That's the only way my computer would send it.
Who the fuck is this? All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
because I didn't know who it was. That's why I just said community. I'm like, well, thank you, community. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. I get those all the time, from people I don't even know that send me shit, and it's helpful. It really is.
Yeah. Well, that if you want to email me where I will actually see it, then email me at Silky and Southern, because that email has got like 82,000 messages on it.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, people get mad at me. They get mad at me because I don't read an email, and it's like, yo, sometimes I don't even know if I get the email, because you get so many.
Yeah.
And when you first start, you have to check all of them, and then after time you realize that like 99% of them are just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
After you spend all that time going through them. So
Yeah.
you like tune your brain to look for keywords and subjects and things
Right.
like that.
Well, that one I've had for a long time, so it's not really
Oh,
associated with
okay.
my channel. So I get all kind of crap, and I
Oh,
don't even look at it most of the
oh,
time
okay.
unless I'm searching something. But yeah, my computer, I guess I've got different users set up on this for my different emails, and it would not send it from Silky and Southern. So I'm like, whatever.
Really? Huh?
Yeah,
That's odd.
yeah, it would only do
Some
my
kind of
personal,
security
but
thing. What's up, Shibi? Some kind of security thing or something? Jonathan, what's up?
I don't know, maybe because I've got all my accounts secured, like with two-factor authentication and authentication, whatever. It's
Gotta have that. You gotta have that.
yeah,
What's up, Delana? Yeah, you gotta have that. You gotta get that notification when somebody's trying to peep into your shit. You're like, hey, what? Huh?
oh yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's not me. You gotta have it,
yeah.
especially nowadays. Shit.
Oh man, I
So,
keep getting logged out of Facebook, my personal one. It's like somebody's trying to access your account. I'm like, what? And it logs me out. I have to prove to Facebook all the time that I am who I say I am. But whatever.
well, it's just Facebook isn't it's not used to the Silky. It's still, it's still adjusting to it. It's the AI bots. They still haven't caught up with the Silky Smooth. So once they get caught up, I'm sure you'll be good. You won't have to be double checking, signing in,
Maybe.
and all that. Thank you,
I hope
Delana. I
not.
appreciate that. Yeah. So
But
we good morning, Kate. So we were doing just a whatever show last night, talking about different things. We showed one of your videos that you had with Michelle, the
okay.
Tanner Barton case. We showed one of those. Very man, just that one. I don't know what the title was, but is where you were using the EVMUX program background or whatever.
Okay, that was one of the early ones.
Yeah, it was like it was pretty crazy. You guys were talking about how like somebody like just got their medical license back, and I didn't know like all those kids were connected to like a veterinary clinic or something.
Yep. Yeah.
Like that, and I was like, so it was that little video that we watched, and then we came across we had come across last night also the Court TV was talking about the Delphi stuff. We watched a couple local news channel clips of it, just because it was like, what the hell? Ritual? What? So I clicked on it and we watched it. We ended up watching a Court TV thing and then something else, and it was just like, the Court TV thing was like 40-some minutes. I'm going to watch it again with everybody this morning for those who missed it last night. And you're just like, what? And so, have you read all the documents already that you sent?
I just realized I am not streaming to my channel.
Yeah, because I was thinking we could let Court TV kind of go through some of the stuff, and then since you read all the papers, maybe if there's other key points that you want me to go to on some of the other pages, then we can go ahead and get to those key points and show those as well. And then are you still doing your show tonight?
Yeah, I had planned for us to go on, and I'll tell you, CJ, and this is what, okay, I didn't watch Court TV. I have something I do on Monday nights, and so I couldn't. I got back, I was so upset. I took all day reading the documents and going through them.
I can imagine.
And
Oh, rereading
because
some of the pages, I'm sure, just to make sure you got shit right.
right. And then I chopped it up and I was putting together some stuff for a live. And here's the thing, and I shared a little bit with my channel last night. It brings back for me the whole crime scene, because we've never had a coroner's report. We've never seen anything about, a lot of this stuff I have heard as far as it was leaked, but you don't know. You don't know ever if that stuff is true. And so when it spelled out the crime scene, it brought me back to my past trauma. And so I was so torn out of the frame yesterday. And I read crime cases and I study crime cases all the time, but it didn't affect me the way this one did. And so it took a hot minute. And I told my audience, I'm like, you know what, I cannot read this. I'm gonna wait till CJ is on panel. I've got to have somebody on panel with me, because I need to hold it together to verbally read through that crime scene.
Yeah, I feel you, because the Letitia Stouch case did that shit to me. I tried a couple times after. I'm like, I can't do it. I was like having to mentally reboot in my damn head while I'm doing a fucking live. And I'm like, no, this ain't, like, this ain't happening. So I just quit covering it, period. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's,
Damn. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Silky.
Well, it's okay. And I think, but, CJ, that is my driving force. Because of what I've been through, it's like it makes me want to be an advocate. And I'm sure for you too. It drives you.
Oh yeah.
And Sons of Odin is something that I had briefly covered, because there's so many theories, when we didn't know anything, of what could have happened. And we certainly knew that this group was in the area. We certainly knew they were capable of this. And there are so many ifs, ands. Is it all true, what the defense is claiming? I don't know.
You know what, though? It's really, like, this is how I was looking at it last night, because it was some wild shit. No lie. It's some wild shit. And you guys, if you're going to be triggered when we get into this part, you mute it, something. It's wild. But the thing was, to me, when we were going through it, checking it out last night, it was so descriptive. Like, it's not, the car was at this location between this period. No, it was, the twig was placed here and positioned here, and this was here underneath this. And it's like, whoa, very descriptive. That's, I don't know. What do you think? Did you come away last night after what you checked out? Did you come away thinking, is dude even the right dude?
Well, I've always wondered that. Now, here's what I will say, and tons of my videos question that. From the very get-go, I've questioned that. But I will say this.
Okay.
And, if you watch my channel, you'll see I question it a lot, because I didn't feel like there was enough evidence. Not to say that he's not guilty, but what I was saying is I don't see the evidence. I don't see the history of this kind of thing, and that's important. So even with all of the things that I read, here is if you read all of those, like, 50 something 60 something bullet points kind of that they have on how this crime could have been committed, and it's obviously, which I have said from day one, if he's guilty, he did not do this by himself. And
no,
that is when you read through all that stuff, you can see it's impossible. So and that's and even law enforcement has said that it was probably more than one person, but I didn't see from that evidence, I didn't see things that would completely exonerate Richard Allen, okay? He could still be involved. I don't know. But, they're trying to place the blame on Brad Holder and Sons Bowden, which could be true. Could they be involved? Absolutely. The crime scene, oh man, some of the things that I talked about last night, it's like, the original prosecutor at the time was Robert Ives. And I've done videos, as have a ton of other people, of an interview that Ives gives not too long, a couple months after they found the girls. And he says, honestly, I thought that this crime would be solved within a few days. He said, just looking at old-fashioned detective work, if you just take what you see and the facts, it should have been solved. And he didn't understand why it wasn't. Well, when you don't have any information, you don't have the coroner's report, you don't have anything, because they had everything
It's
sealed.
all sealed and
yeah. So you're like, what are you talking
you're left
about?
to wonder. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he says there were signatures that were unique. He said unique signatures that would help solve this crime. Well, that lines up with this paperwork that is
very freaking unique.
Yeah.
Very freaking unique. I'm going to tell you that right now. I was listen, there's only one other court document that I've read so far that has made me go, and that was the Long Island SK. When I read through the PCA, I was like, I'm not doing a freaking video on this. I'm not even reading it out. I'm not.
Yeah,
it's
bad.
Like, no, I'm not. People can go read it for themselves if they want to. And I haven't even read none of this. I was just watching the court TV program last night, and I'm just like, this is going to be one of those documents where it's like, yeah. So that's why I'm saying, I'm glad you read it. I appreciate you taking the time to do that. And that's why I'm thinking, I know what court TV is going to show is it's going to give you a good idea of the documents. Everyone, it'll give you a good idea of the documents. It's not going to go too crazy. And then I'm glad that you read it, because then you kind of know, like, maybe where we could go or whatever with certain things. Because I think it was like, it's almost like it was, how long was it not sealed for? Just like an hour or something, or what? Like,
I don't know. Is it sealed now?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they sealed that shit real quick. It was a fumbaloo, I think. I think it was a fumbaloo, because there's a gag order, right?
Oh, yeah.
So then all of a sudden, all these details that are coming out, normally I would think that stuff would be sealed, right? Like the twigs and you know what I'm saying?
Tons of stuff.
So
yeah,
and I think it was a fumbaloo. I think it was a small period in time where something didn't happen logistically, and people saw it and snagged it up real quick before they got it sealed. So I think it was a fumbaloo.
Okay, that would explain why I couldn't find it, because I wanted to give my viewers, I didn't know that, a chance to look at it, which I downloaded it onto my computer, and as did a ton of other people, so it's gonna be out there. But I didn't realize that, so I'm glad I did that real quick. But yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. And here's the thing, a lot of things sound far-fetched, and could they be? In this case, they could be. But my whole thing is, do they happen? Yes, they absolutely do happen. Whether it's 100% the way Abby and Libby's case is, I don't know.
I'm just big fumbaloo, but Silky, this is what I was saying last night. It was a humongous fumbaloo, but I think this is the fumbaloo that's going to allow all of these sleuthers out here to really get justice for these victims is a lot sooner than what they wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because with this stuff, I know it's graphic, I know it's hard, I know it's
it
you
is
know,
very.
you really gotta take your time when like
Mm-hmm.
step away if you need to come back to it, something. Um,
Yeah.
but I think that little mistake is going to get all of these sleuthers out there, because there's a lot of you guys out there in the
Mm-hmm.
community that cover this case like
Yeah.
crazy. And Silky's one of the best over here, everybody. Definitely go sub to her if you're not. Um, I look up to you
Thank
guys
you.
for when it comes to this case, because you guys do such great work, and I think it's you guys that are going to be able to get these balls rolling. Because there's a reason that this shit, like you said, they thought it was going to be solved in a couple days, and now it's turned into what,
6 year.
8 years now, seven
Yeah.
years,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. It was 2017. I need
Okay,
another
so
cup of
7
coffee to
years.
count.
Yeah,
Yeah.
6 years,
Yeah. Six
almost
years.
7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, thank you, Jackie, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's what's good, because there's a lot out there, like you guys that cover Delphi and in those cases around there. You guys are like, man, I've tried to, like, there's so much to it. There is so much to it, and you guys uh, do such an amazing job just covering those cases. There's
And
so much to it.
there is, and I know there's a lot of fighting. Yeah. Delphi community is toxic, but I will say this: I appreciate all, and I don't have beef with anybody. Okay. I appreciate all of the creators because all of us bring a different element to the table. I have always been one to question everything. I question the narrative. I question, some people are straight by the narrative, and that's okay. It is a balance. It's, reason. You have to consider all sides. And so I think that's where we are now. This is a huge bombshell, and we're like, whoa. And some
Yeah,
some people are like, oh, this is just a fabrication, this is just, a defense tactic. I mean,
I
I'm
could,
sure
I
some of it
get it.
is. Yeah.
I get it, but damn, that shit's so descriptive. I thought the same thing too. I was like, yeah, this is just the defense. And then I'm like,
Yeah. And that's the
how do you
thing.
even make this shit up if you're going to make it up, Silky? That's what I'm looking at. Like,
Right.
how do you even
Right.
make this shit up if you're going to make it up? Like, what makes you open up a fucking book and pick out Odinism and start?
Right. Right. And then there are a lot of things that they bring up that it's not just, okay, if it were just the defense saying, okay, we think this is what happened, blah, 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 it was not Alan, it was this guy, and yada,
What's
yada,
up, Grizz?
it would be one thing. But they do have some proof. They have, and which I've got some screenshots too, and I've got some pictures. I haven't shared everything that I've got, but it's like there are real things, real receipts, okay, that would seem to support what the defense is saying. So it's not just we're making up a story. There are things that you have to consider because there they are. What you gonna do?
Really?
Yeah. And I yeah, I needed somebody like to last night I needed somebody to what is the word on I can't think, on the internet, cyber. I needed a cyber connection. I needed a cyber hand holding to walk me through reading those documents online.
Yeah.
And I was like, I
Oh,
can't do this. I
yeah.
can't do this by myself.
Yeah. Aw.
Just too traumatic. So, but I want to read them because, especially if people don't have the documents, I want it to be there, and I'm gonna show them. We'll read it together, and I'm much better today. I think it just took everybody by shock yesterday.
Yeah.
We were
Well, I'll
all
be there for you.
reeling.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah, for sure.
important. It is important, and all these things. It's crazy. So yeah, I'm interested in what Court TV says, and I know that they probably don't go in graphic detail. Uh,
It's pretty descriptive, you know. It's a program that talks about a
yes,
few things, kind of has some commentary, but I am gonna say, if I, I'm gonna have two things up there. Usually, when I do these programs that have graphic content, usually I just have what's at the top right of the screen here. Usually, I just have that. It's one of those where I'm gonna also have this up there too. It's one of those where
yeah,
I yeah. So
yeah. It does get. I need to make one of those little banners before tonight. Because it is very triggering. Very, even for somebody like me who studies. Like, I've read so much, in depth, and autopsy reports and all that kind of stuff. I look at
yeah.
it all the time. It's just this case and the
Hmm.
ritualistic part of it that triggered
Yeah.
me. So, I
Yeah.
understand. I understand when people have triggers. It's okay. And it's okay to duck out for that period of time or that
Hmm.
whole show if you need to.
Yeah. And it's I'm gonna be this is what I'm gonna be, I'm not gonna talk about Idaho either. We're gonna be talking about that later on. This is one of these where we're gonna get through it, we're gonna discuss it, um, get through the hard stuff. And then on the second half of the show, then we'll get into the more lighthearted, talking about different things, making jokes later on in the show when it died, Idaho for and things like that. So,
Yeah. I
um,
mean, I know there is absolutely nothing to laugh about in this Delphi case, but I tell you,
no, mm-mm.
sometimes you need a little mental health break, even in a serious topic. Sometimes it's okay to go off and just have a laugh because
Mm-hmm.
you think about it. Okay, y'all who have a problem with that, Shakespeare wrote his plays that way. If you didn't know, if you're not into Shakespeare, all this heavy, the fighting scenes and all this stuff, and then the next scene is something completely ridiculous. It's called comic relief. So if
Right.
you hear me go off the rails on something, understand. Sometimes you need that little break just to come back.
Damn,
And that's,
that's some disturb. Sorry, I just got a DM. That's some just. Jeez. I'll talk to you. Yeah.
yeah,
Man, this is. Man, these papers coming out. It's gonna.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't believe they. I can't believe they put names in there. You know what I mean?
Well, I see now
It's.
because I was
It should
questioning
have been sealed.
yesterday.
It
Yeah,
should have been sealed.
it should have been sealed.
This is
Um,
Silky Southern Tea, everybody.
uh,
Oh, let me take this off here. I was just trying to show everybody. There we go.
yeah. The When I was talking to my group last night, I didn't know that it was what'd you call it, a fumbaloo?
Yeah, I call it
Fumbaloo?
a fumbaloo. Yeah,
uh yeah.
it's my
I
new
didn't.
word.
Okay, I have never heard it. So there we go.
I
We
just
had a
made it
fun.
up.
I do that all the time,
I just
CJ.
made it up.
I
It's the
make up
mine.
crap.
I think it was the manhunt where I started calling it a fumbaloo. I think it's
That's
the.
funny. I do the
But
same
yeah.
thing. But yeah, I when I was talking to my group, I didn't understand that that's what had happened, and I'm like, if Judge Gull let this be out and everything else is sealed, why would she? If there is no truth to this, why would she let it be made public? But now you just answered
Right.
my question. So
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a. I don't know. I'm just going like the first video I saw was from a news station, and the dude was waving the frickin' papers, and he was like, "This is sealed right now." or
Wow.
this is sealed right now, but we were able to grab it before. And I'm just like, whoa, what? Like, why?
Yeah.
But then when you start to hear and you start to read, because they showed some of the documents on the court TV episode, when you see him starting to read and talk about it, and you're like, whoa, how is this shit not?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a fumbaloo. So I'm not saying it was for sure, right? But
Yeah.
I'm just kind of putting two and two together, and I'm like, yeah, I think it was a fucking fumbaloo. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's a good thing, because I feel like this case would have been not solved for a hell of a lot longer if these papers didn't come out. I feel like all you people that do a great job out there in the community are going to be able to take the information that does. It's going to fill in a lot of holes for you guys. It's going to fill in
Yeah.
a lot of holes. It's going to make new avenues of maybe what you thought wasn't possible before could be, and then maybe start to line up a little. It fits together this way
Yes.
when you didn't even know it was an option before. Um,
Right.
do a lot of good
Absolutely.
things.
That's what I kept looking at when I was just reading through all the other stuff in that document. I'm like, oh, well then that makes sense. It was just like, oh, okay, all these questions we've had, this makes sense. And I think what the biggest thing takeaway for me is, um, okay, so suppose that you didn't know and this hadn't dropped, and you're trying, Richard Allen's on trial, you're trying, and prosecution's trying to say he's guilty, there's compelling evidence, blah, blah, blah. And then the defense is trying to say, no, it was a cult. It almost looks like ridiculousness. You know what I'm saying? In court, uh, if I'm a juror and I don't know anything, and then the defense is saying, no, it's not even this guy, it's this Odin cult and all this stuff, it makes it sound like it's a circus. It makes it sound untrue. But for all of us who have been studying this case and deep diving for a very long time, we already knew those ties were there. It was potential, it was a theory, but we had nothing to back it up. And
Right.
so now it's like, I think the
Yeah.
prosecution has to be wetting their pants,
Yeah.
because not only, like, they could spin it in court as, oh, this is just crazy, this is just a defense tactic and these things don't even happen, but now there are too many people in the world who have seen this, like, all of a sudden all these files that they have and all these POIs for all this time, well, could he have been involved? I don't know, but here's my whole file on him. And now
They didn't even follow up, though.
No,
Like, they
no,
didn't even follow up. And you're gonna tell me that wasn't your best lead after what I'm
yeah,
hearing? That's not your best lead. Your best lead is an unspent round
yeah.
that
That
you're
did
get
you?
like the markings on the round. The gun ain't even gonna duplicate it. I don't understand it. A piece of dirt could have created a different marking on it, which then uh, it wasn't spent.
No.
It was
And here,
ejected.
and in that paperwork, CJ, and I brought this out last night, the defense says they do not have pictures from the crime scene of them finding the bullet. And they're like, unless the prosecution just hasn't turned them over, all the files that we got from the crime scene, there is nobody okay, we know. Even as amateurs, we know
They
when
don't
you
have
come on a
pictures.
crime
They
no,
don't have
the
no
first
picture.
thing you do is you take pictures at a crime scene. The first thing you do is you
What
take
the
a
fuck?
bunch of pictures.
They didn't
There
even pick it up and say, "Hey, I found it," and then put it back down and take a picture.
there
They
are
just said,
no
"Oh, here's a bullet. Put it in the pocket. Keep
yeah,
walking."
I guess.
What?
I don't know, but that's what the defense claims, unless the prosecution has pictures. But at this point, wouldn't it be suspect? All of a sudden, oh, you don't have those pictures? Oh my, let's get those pictures for you.
See,
It
I didn't
wasn't.
know that.
Yeah,
didn't know that.
that is in the documents, and they're like, nowhere do we see this. You know, they should have, when they found the bullet, they said it was under some leaves, which that's believable.
Well,
But they should have, when they came across it, they should have immediately said, okay, stop, let's photograph this exactly the way the leaves are. Let's take an angle where we see the bullet under the leaf, how we saw it. It should have one of the little tent things, you know, this piece of evidence with a number on it. You should have these things.
yeah.
The defense
Nothing,
says
huh?
they got nothing. So where'd the bullet come from? It's the same bullet that law enforcement uses. Same caliber.
Oh my gosh. So, okay. When it comes to percentage, you don't think that he had anything to do with it? Because I always thought he was. I always thought he was there, in my opinion. But
he could have been.
I don't know the case like you do. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I go back and forth, CJ, because
what's your percentage? Like there to not, being involved to not being involved. I'll just say that.
I think I've always stayed right on the line. And I've always,
what,
but
50,
I've always,
50?
Yeah, I've always pursued both sides because his past history that we know of is clean. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. You don't have a history of any violence, but yet you just all of a sudden you're in your 40s and one day you decide, hey, you know what, I'm gonna just, I'm gonna kidnap two girls, and this is what happened. There are some things that might be sus. The bullet has never been one for me, never has, but keep hearing rumors. There is compelling evidence. Now I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But was there opportunity, and was there a lot of other suspects? Absolutely. Bridge guy, first of all, even law enforcement said the guy that you see in the picture is not necessarily the one who said guys down the hill. Guys and down the hill are not consecutive. He didn't say guys down the hill. It was guys, and then some other noise, whatever, that we don't know.
Yeah.
And then later on, down the hill. So we don't even know if Bridge Guy said those words. We don't know who said those words. Bridge Guy looks like half of the men in Indiana. So there were some other pictures in some of the videos that I did that came from the Ferris Tribune that showed a completely different looking Bridge Guy. The clothes that he was wearing was different.
Yeah, there was a bunch of different, I think somebody was even saying it was possibly an LE or something.
If you look
based off of pants or something, there's a whole bunch of different.
Right. I did a whole
I always,
video on
like
that.
Grizz says, I always thought RA pretty much looked like the dude that was. He put himself there. You know what I'm saying? He did. He's got the same clothing. He's got the same stature, the same build. And he put himself there at that path. You know what I mean? Like when
he did.
When what was it? The three girls that walked by right before he, went over that way. And even after that, who do you?
I mean,
what do you? You're just on the line.
I am, because first of all, where they were found, and you just get into so many details, but they had done a search that afternoon and evening, and they even had a drone. They had a thermal drone up there. It caught searchers. It caught deer. It was right over the area. It did not see the girls. Okay, and all the searchers, they didn't see when they were on the bridge. They searched the bridge. That's where they went missing. They didn't.
Was there
see
any
the
DNA
shoes
anywhere? I don't think so. Of Richard Allen, right? There's
not that we're
not even on the
bullet
that they're claiming. Not on the bullet. even that they're claiming. They're just claiming that there was markings consistent with markings that his gun produced from an ejected round, which, come on,
Right.
there's a multiple number of markings that can be made or not made in the same gun with an ejected round. I mean, you're talking dirt marks and everything. You're not talking grooves coming out of a chamber. Completely
Right.
different. So
And
okay,
here's
so
the
there's no
thing.
DNA.
Yeah,
No
right.
DNA.
There is DNA, but it's not Richard Allen's. It's
Right.
Libby's.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And that's part of that crime
All right.
scene. But uh yeah, here
Oh.
and here's the thing. They went in there, they searched his house, they took his bullets. They took the bullets, they took his gun. He said, yes, it's mine. There is no, he was in the car. Him and his wife were in the car. We don't know what happened. But this was very interesting. On my live last night, Cop Facts dropped in for a minute. And he made a statement, and I thought I knew what he meant, but I had to look it up afterwards just to make sure I knew what he was saying. He said, you're going to find out about the fruit of the poisonous tree. And I was like, okay, I think I know what you're talking about. But afterwards, I looked it up. It is a legal term, and it basically says if evidence is gathered illegally, then everything in there is tainted. Everything so
yeah.
if that search warrant, like
OJ.
this, and like the defense says in this document, that they basically tricked Judge Diener into signing this, because they did not give him all the evidence. They didn't tell him about the odorous thing, the glaring things that were like, this is not a normal crime scene. And they pinned all of this without saying that there could have been other people involved. And this isn't the only guy on our radar. If it could, because I always wondered, because Judge Diener signs the PCA, and then all of a sudden, Richard Allen is arrested, and a few days later, Diener's like, deuces, y'all, I'm out. I'm recusing myself. Dude, you just signed it.
Right.
You just signed it. And he says, he's like, well, I can't handle all of the media stuff. This is,
right.
He's like, I can't do this. I'm recusing myself.
Right.
For many
I
reasons.
thought that was suspicious as hell.
Right.
Right after he signed it. It's like, why'd you sign it then, dude?
Right, because you knew. You already knew how many YouTube channels were covering this. You already knew that this was an international case. It's gained, everywhere. So I'm like, you knew what was going to happen. That does not hold water with me. That is a bunch of horse pucky. That is not, you can't sign something and then say, oh, I didn't realize. But what, possibly, if this document is correct, what actually happened is that he signed this because Liggett, who was the lead investigator at the time, now the sheriff, Liggett says, oh, okay, it was Richard Allen. He worked alone. We've got proof, blah, blah, blah. Here is what we've, and if he signed that and he said, oh, okay, but then he turns around and he finds out, wait a second, because it's a small town and there's evidence. If he looked anywhere and he sees all these signatures that are unusual, whether it's odonism or something else, he's like, holy crap, this couldn't be only this guy. And now I have just signed something. Jeez.
So
I need to get out of this.
The thick and shit way and back the fuck out instead of admitting that he signed something he shouldn't have signed?
Well, that's what the defense is claiming, because they're saying, and I can actually see that. That's one of those things that started to make sense.
It was suspicious as hell. It was like, whoa, I remember that. I'm like, you just signed these papers and now you're backing out. It made me think like maybe his family got threatened or something. Like, with the way it went down, I'm like, damn, dude's family must have got threatened or something. Like, what the hell
there's a lot of threats.
No sense.
There's a lot of threats to a lot of people in that area.
Somebody had a good question. that I don't know. Maybe you do. Saw somewhere that the bullet was cycled at least 3 times.
That's what I have heard. I've heard that numerous times, that it was cycled more than once. So who is to say that, I mean, again, this is theory, okay? It hasn't been tried in court. But if Tony Liggett, now understand that Tony Liggett was running for sheriff, and the election, this is just a few days before the election, that he's the hero. Okay, because a lot of people in that area wanted a complete change of the guard, because it had been so long with Tobe Leesenby being the sheriff and Tony was his right hand man. And, you know, they hadn't solved this case. It was just up there, you know, going nowhere, it seemed. And all of a sudden, Tobe, he's stepping down. I guess, I don't know if he had to. I don't know why. If he was retiring, because he's still working there. So it wasn't a retirement. But anyway, Tobe is leaving. And he wants Tony to be his successor. Now, they've been like this through the whole case from day one. So a lot of people, because I've watched the town hall meetings, a lot of people are saying, hey, we need a change because y'all ain't done squat in this case. And but then miraculously, oh my God, it was just like from heaven above. CJ, it was a miracle. They solved that case a few days before election. Now you tell me that's not sus.
Wow.
So anyway, Tony, if Tony needed this to happen, which, you know, it looks like he did, and you're going to get somebody to sign off on a search warrant, who knows? Who knows what happened? Did he take that bullet and cycle it through the gun several times in Richard Allen's house and then say, ta-da, this matches this that I've had for 6 years, but there's no photographs of it, no proof.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? There's too much open for questioning, which is what the Delphi creators have been doing for years, questioning the narrative. And it's not like we're trying to find bad guys in law enforcement. We don't want to. We don't want to. You want to think they're working for you. But
no, the reason we do what we do is to question the things that need to be questioned because shit don't make sense.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's plenty of cases that go great and are awesome. And hell, I even highlight them when they have a great press conference and I say they need to use this for training for other fucking departments that don't know how to hold a damn press conference. I highlight them too, you know, definitely. But no, we have to talk about the ones that are questionable and shady because that's how justice happens, and it's about justice for the families, number one, not thinking that somebody's good or not. No, it's about the truth is what it's about, regardless of if there's shady people or not. There's shady people in every business. It's just the way it is.
And yeah, so that's the thing is we've all been questioning, we've all been dissecting everything because they wouldn't give us any information. So you have to rely on people who knew the family, people who knew the area, because up until a couple of months ago, we didn't even know the method of,
I was blown away last night. I was absolutely blown away. I was like, what the hell is this? We looked it up. I started looking it up on Wikipedia. I was like, what the hell? And then we got into the court TV thing because they just had like a 10-minute video real quick. And then they had a special last night that was like 45 minutes. And so we were kind of waiting for that to get done. And when they started going into it and all the the local news mentioned ritualistic, but court TV kind of described some of it, and it's just like, what the fuck? Didn't even think anything. Like, I never even knew about it, never heard about it, never knew about it, don't even know about it. I was just like, what the hell? Just with what was in that paperwork.
and in the very beginning, when we were both starting out, and we were just first started talking and being on each other's shows and stuff, you were covering to some degree Delphi and a lot on Idaho, as was I, because Koberger had not been arrested at that time, so I was trying to cover both. And then it was like it got to the point where I thought, I cannot cover both of these cases. I do not have the time. I've got to pick one. And I knew you were doing Idaho, and I knew you were going to keep hammering on Idaho. And so I picked Delphi. And that's, so back last fall is when I took the deep, deep dive into all this. And so for them to say that the Odinists were, responsible, it's not a shocker. That's not a shocker to me. It's always been a possibility. But now, here is the only hang-up. I'll be honest with you. The only hang-up that I have on this is a video I did a few months ago, and it was from the British Journal of Crime or something. I don't know. It was a criminology journal, and they were talking specifically about crime scenes that are staged, because that is what Robert Ives, as everybody has said, this crime scene was staged. And the pattern of thinking through that is you have two things to do. You're not just looking at the mode of the unaliving, but you're also looking at the staging, because there's two things. One is, why did they stage it that way to look like this? Because usually it is to get you off track. So why was it staged, and what does the real crime say, and what is it that crime say with the crime scene with the staging say about the potential perpetrator? So there's always that. But there were also things, and we're not sure exactly what those things are, that were found there that possibly went back to another case, and they were looking into that.
Oh, wow, for real?
Yeah, because it was some kind of hand-carved something. So we don't know, because there's no information.
Behind?
Yeah. So we don't know if it was a knife and the handle was carved. We don't know if it was a statue. We don't know what it was, because nobody's talking. Boy, I bet they're going to start talking now.
Wow.
So anyway, yeah. It's craziness.
Well,
so I mean, I don't know. Could Alan be involved?
Court TV episode.
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm gonna put my icon on. I gotta get another cup of coffee for this one.
What is man, I'd like to hear what everybody thinks about this. Everybody covering this case. There's got to be a difference of opinions, especially with RA still, I'd imagine,
Oh yeah, some people are completely saying this is hogwash, it's hooey, it's just a defense tactic. They have reasons for their opinion.
I get it. It's shocking. It's shocking.
Yeah.
But so descriptive. It's one thing that I came away last night with everything was, man, that was pretty descriptive. I kind of need to, maybe this shit is real. I don't know.
Well, I will say this, the potential that something like this can and does happen is 100% real. Did it happen to Abby and Libby? I don't know 100%. It's very compelling evidence. But it definitely happens. So for those of y'all who think it doesn't, you're wrong. Sorry. Come at me. But I know it does. Okay.
Oh yeah, it does. Where in the hell? Sorry, these layouts got all changed up. Give me 1 second. That makes the map much more interesting. Oh yeah, that's right, Grizz. Grizz had that map from a long time ago. I sent you a
Yes,
link
he
to
did.
Discord, Grizz, if you want to hop up on panel, buddy. I sent you a link in Discord if you want to.
That would be great. Yeah, Grizz has a lot of good ideas. I watch
Yeah, I
some of his
appreciate
stuff.
Grizz. He's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, let's go up. Let's get the camera up there. All right. So we're gonna check out this Court TV episode, okay? And again, it's gonna be. I'm gonna have this trigger warning up, and at the top right of the screen, the graphic content will be up as well. So for the next hour or so, and then that way we can kind of just. I'm going to try and burn through it a little quick just to kind of keep the graphic trigger warning to as minimal as possible for you guys. And plus, there's a lot of stuff that they're going to kind of get into, and it's a lot to process, and I don't want to try and make that longer for anybody. But the stuff does need, it needs to be shown. We need to talk about it. Not everything in the documents or the 138. Because there's a lot of stuff in there that you can read on your own at your own time or desire. But there's other stuff that we are going to talk about and get into that we do need to just to try and get this justice ball rolling, because it was a fumbaloo, and now it's time to capitalize on the fumbaloo and make sure that the justice can happen in all these cases. Exactly. There's too many of these damn cases nowadays that have this fumbaloo shit and the shady shit and the distractions and the confetti and the fog and the smoke and all this shit, and it's done. It's a different age. So just keep in mind, just hit pause or hit mute. If the chat might trigger you, I'd suggest you come back in about an hour and 15 to play it safe for sure. An hour and 15, and then probably in about 2:45 we'll be getting in. 2 to 2:45 we'll be getting into the Idaho stuff. So thank you everybody for hanging out. We're going to chill back, watch this episode from Court TV from last night. Please, if you need to back out and come back, totally understand. It will be triggering. If you're easily triggered, just heads up. And definitely look for the warning up in the top right and the trigger warning at the bottom. Once they're gone, you're good to come back.
That broke the hearts of two families, terrified a small community, and touched the world. The murders of two young girls, Abby Williams and Libby German. The case became known as the Delphi murders. The setting, a small Indiana town of just 3,000 people. On February 13th, 2017, Libby and Abby went hiking. The two teenagers were good friends and had the day off from school. The weather was unseasonably warm, but when Libby and Abby did not show up when they were supposed to get picked up, their families began to worry, and they began to search. Then, the next day, the bodies of these two girls were found, both victims of murder. Then, over the course of the next 5+ years, there were no answers, no arrests, just a series of disjointed clues, like two sketches that looked nothing alike, a video of the suspected killer, and a short audio recording of his voice. Then things got even stranger when police said they were looking for anyone connected to an Anthony Schatz social media account, which was not connected to the male model in the photos, but connected to this man who was arrested for child porn. Then came the arrest of Richard Allen for the murders of the girls, someone who was not on anyone's radar. Now tonight, for the very first time, we get some insight into Allen's defense and what he says really happened to Abby and Libby. a ritualistic killing committed by members of a paganistic religious cult. Tonight, we take a look at this unexpected, shocking twist as we continue to investigate the Delphi murders.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. This next hour, totally unexpected, completely out of left field. Something no one here at Court TV, no one on this program was anticipating. Today, for the first time, getting some more of the details associated with the murders of Abby and Libby. Let's remember, this case went unsolved for 5 years. More than 5 years. And it was heartbreaking, but it was frustrating. It seemed like this was a case that could be solved. Small town, not a lot of people in and out of the area where these murders took place. You had some witnesses who saw things. You had evidence that was left at the scene. You had people who were there and people who said that they were there. But it took more than 5 years. Now, they investigated several different theories here because anytime you look at this case, there's very suspicious people with some connection to these two girls, including a child pornographer. You've got another man who's got a questionable past. His property is close to where everything is found, but lies about where he was on the day and the times of the murders. So you had things that seemed like obvious places to go, but it was frustrating, but it was confusing at the same time because then we had a video of the actual killer, but they couldn't. And then they had sketches. Well, if you have a video of the killer, why do you need sketches? And then there were 2 sketches and they looked nothing alike. And then all this hubbub about some social media profile that they were very interested in. And none of it made any sense. There was no connecting the dots to all these things, but it seemed like there was a lot of information. Enough to solve the case. And then Richard Allen appears on the scene. And all of us who've been covering this case and looking at every piece of information that was made public say, well, who's this guy? Where did he come from? Apparently the local CVS. But then as we went through the pages of some of the affidavits, we learned that this is someone who was there that day and told a member of, I guess it was law enforcement. It wasn't necessarily the people who were investigating the crime, but somebody connected to the park system that he was there that day. Like immediately said he was there. And then you look at him and then you look at the guy in the bridge and you say, well, kind of the same build. Maybe we should follow up with this guy. But they didn't until they took another look at the file after 5 years and then said, oh, maybe we need to look at this guy again. And then connected him allegedly to the scene through ballistics. An unshot casing that came out that's found at the scene, a bullet that's found at the scene that they can connect to a gun that he owns. That's how they're going to connect him. Plus eyewitness testimony, plus the video on the bridge. That's how they're going to try to prove that he's the one that did it. But today, like I said, unexpected, out of left field, 130 pages worth of information in just one of the filings that was released publicly before it was then subsequently sealed from the defense. And the defense is laying out all the information. And the headline in all of this, which we're going to deal with first, is that they are pointing the finger in a very specific direction as to who's responsible for this, and it's not Richard Allen. It's some sort of a religious sect/cult that follow Odinism. And it was a sacrifice. Wow. And they also released in the 130 pages, and we'll go through some of it tonight, what the scene was described like. And they submitted pictures, but those have not been released publicly. But they described these were found, and the description does seem very ritualistic. And we had heard murmurs about that. But now, for the first time, the defense in their motion that they filed and the evidence that they're trying to use to support it are calling on all the stuff from the investigation that they say, wait a minute, all of this was happening. There was an investigation into this religious cult or sect and the people involved in that. And it was never followed up. And there's members of law enforcement, 3 specific members of law enforcement who continued down that road and were upset that they weren't following that road. But now here we are. Richard Allen is accused of doing all of this by himself. The defense says he did not, and then they're pointing the finger tonight. So what we're going to do in the next hour is go through some of these allegations. We're going to be on this all week because there's a lot to go through from a lot of different levels. But let's begin with this allegation that this religion has something to do with what happened to Abby and Libby, or everything to do with what happened to Abby and Libby. So this is from the defense motion that they filed in court. Take a look. Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism. Now, this is key, I think, hijacked by white nationalists.
And I'm just going to pause it real quick just to let you guys know I'm dropping the link to this video in chat so you can have it for yourself too.
So they're pointing the finger at white nationalists who, according to the defense, hijacked this religion for their own purposes. Odinism. Ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. That is the headline. Odinism is the pagan religion referenced above, and its followers are called Odinites. Odinists are enamored of Viking Nordic culture. Evidence supports that at the crime scene. These murdering Odinites left behind obvious signatures, symbols in the forms of runes. These runes were formed with sticks, fashioned with tree branches, and painted using the blood of Liberty German. This is sick stuff, folks.
Yes, it is. That's why.
This is sick.
That's why normally we would sit and commentate through a lot of this. It's 40 minutes of some. That's why there's different warnings up there. We'll be able to talk about it after we're done. I just kind of want to keep all of these details kind of shrunk up as much as I can here. And
CJ Ruckus just sent me an email that they have pulled that one and they filed a new Frank's hearing motion for Frank's hearing. So I'll share that with you also.
Okay, what's the
I'm just reading it now. I don't even know.
What's up, Grizz?
What up with you, man? How's it going?
Nothing. So
hello,
what's this?
Hey, Grizz.
Hi, Silky. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm well.
Awesome.
What's this new motion thing? What's it? So what? So this isn't the right. I'm confused. So this isn't the right document now? Like there's something else that was.
I don't know. It's 2 pages. Let me forward this to you. Hold on just a second.
Okay. We'll take a look at it in a second, everybody.
Why is it not letting? No. Okay. Sorry, trying to do this from my phone.
Oh, you're good.
Not the easiest thing.
It didn't, and they didn't take no time. We're only 10 minutes in this video, and they're already talking about some shit. It's like, damn, what do you think about these papers, Grizz?
I don't know. It's a tricky situation.
Yeah,
For sure.
It's a tricky situation. I have no clue. I mean, like a lot of this stuff has been said earlier in the case, but as far as it being true, we don't know.
yeah.
You know, because the defense, they got to defend their client, right? So they're gonna pull whatever stops they can. You know, throw anything out there, and I mean, this shit could be true.
It's so descriptive.
I mean, especially when you have other officers that was going down that route and that was upset because they didn't follow through with the investigation, you know. So,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Yeah, because they got upset because these people that are in these documents weren't followed up on.
Right.
Yeah, I'd be upset too, especially when you get into some of the other. So what? It's 3 pages, Silky.
It's 2 pages, and from what I'm saying, it's not really talking about the other document that we have. It's talking about the Franks motion, or the Franks hearing. Basically, they're spelling out all the reasons why this evidence should against Richard Allen is not valid, because of the way they're saying that Tony Liggett lied, to get the search warrant. The affidavit for the search warrant should not have been signed, and there's a lot of legal jargon. So it's basically, it's not talking or refuting what is the documents that we're not supposed to have. It's just saying that the whole thing against Richard Allen from the get-go was should never have been signed.
Was shiesty.
Yeah.
So there's that right there.
Now, whether that's true or not, that's definitely a classic defense move.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because the defense is looking down all avenues like the prosecutor. You know, that's how they came to Richard Allen, right?
Right.
So that's what the defense is doing. So they're like, hold on, y'all didn't even look into this shit.
Yeah.
Right? You got 3 other cops saying that's mad and upset about this. You know what I mean? Like, why are they so mad and upset that y'all didn't go down this avenue? You know what I mean? So
right, especially with what we're seeing was being at the scene, and then you look up the same shit, and it's like, yeah, that should have been your best damn lead.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what I took from it. If it's true, that should have been your best damn lead. I can see why people would be pissed off that they weren't going down that route. And it's like you'll be, it's almost like you'll be that hardcore about the child shit is what they're claiming, but then when it comes to this ritualistic shit, you just want to back the fuck away from it.
Right. Like it doesn't happen, like that shit.
You don't want to touch it.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to touch it.
Like knowing damn well there's many cases with this type of shit.
Right, especially around that area. You know what I mean? It makes you wonder, is there like other higher up involved in some of the shit that goes on with that shit? Maybe that's why they didn't want to touch it, because that shit,
right,
that kind of shit's ingrained in some areas.
That's deep in the
ingrained. Yeah, that's generations,
Yeah.
And of people in high places.
Absolutely. And I think every creator probably gets, who's serious about Delphi, probably gets information either told or sent to them about these kind of cults and these people and what they're capable of. I know I have definitely been warned, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, but there's no proof.
And see, and another thing, And seeing another thing to me that catches my ear too, like, you go back and you listen to Doug Carter say it's about power to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you like,
Yeah.
damn, okay, now you see this come out, and then they have the ruins, the symbol that means power, right?
Right.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So that right there, start connecting that, like, that makes it definitely a possibility to me, right? Because how do you know it's about power to you? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless they left some kind of clue that it was about power to you.
Yeah.
And you see, so
I have off the record been told about several people who are in the legal system, we'll just put it that way, who have relatives that are high ranking witches or warlocks. And, again, this is the type of information I don't put on my channel because I can't vet it. I'm not saying it's not true. I don't know if it is or isn't. But then when you're told things like this privately, and then, you see the stuff that's in these papers, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Maybe it is true.
Because, like, with the map, I was seeing all that stuff on there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All them symbols is on that map.
Yeah.
You made a video, right? You made a video.
Yeah, I made a few videos about that thing.
Yeah, he sure did.
But look, let me give It's a Crime and Shame. They found that years ago, right? But we have our own ideas on what it is, right? I believe it's a map to the location they're at, right? I don't know what else but they did discover it, right? And I just took it and went my own way with it. So the information that you see is my information on it, right? Now we have some similar ideas on it, but other than that, like, the information that I accrue from the map is my research.
Yeah, I was there.
I just want to give them their props. It's a crime and shame. Go check her out. Sonny Justice.
Yeah, I heard they did a really good live on that last night. I haven't seen it, but I heard that it was good. I know. See, I heard, like, in one of my videos that I have that ruin that looks like the letter F. It's just bent. But I got that from, a leaked. Again, when something is leaked, it's not, you can't vet it. It's like, okay, the people that were there in the search party said this was on a tree. And so, that's the part of the Odinism that I went into. If this is true, then this is a ruin, and this is what this symbol, can mean, depending. And, but now you see it there in court paperwork, and you're like, wow. So,
And so descriptive, too. I still can't get away from it. I know it's a tactic from the defense. It's one side of the story. I get all that. I get all that. But no matter what, I just keep coming away from these papers like, damn, so descriptive. How do you even make this shit up? If you're going to make it up, how do you even make it up? I don't.
No.
It's wild shit. And then, you said there was, 3 officers that had issues because this lead wasn't being pursued. Are these people, obvious, because their names are out there now in these documents, are they connected anyway to the people that are members of the community, like high-ranking members? Like, what the hell? Why wasn't this lead followed? What in your guys' opinion?
There's a lot of leads. There's a lot of names in there that are law enforcement.
I just keep hearing 2. I just keep hearing 2 names, and somebody sent me some DMs of some photos and shit, and I'm just like, wow, okay.
Yeah. Grizz, you go ahead. You go ahead first, because I always have something to say.
What's that?
I said, you go ahead and talk first, because I've always got something to say. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even hear the question. I'm sorry. What was that?
I keep hearing, I know there's a lot of names in these documents. I just keep hearing 2 specific names. I'm not going to say the names, and I'm not going to show the pictures, but I keep hearing 2 names, and I keep seeing pictures of these 2 names, and I'm like, geez, that's some sick ass shit that goes with the names in the documents and the details of what they're claiming with the names in the documents of other photos and things like that that have taken place that are similar to the crime scene. Um, are these two names? Do you know who I'm talking about without saying it?
No.
All right,
No.
I'll put
I
it
mean,
in. I'll put it in private chat.
okay.
Okay.
I'll
'Cause
put it in private chat.
There's
there's
plenty
a
of names that I hear over and over again. Like,
Yeah, I know
yeah.
you
this
know,
case
throughout
is
the, I mean,
huge.
there's so many darn names out there that it's like, even if
Yeah.
you gave me a darn
All right,
the
there's
initials, I'd still be lost. Like,
there's
it could be this person.
there's the name in the private. There's one of them in the private, and then you'll see where I'm going
Let me see if I can get
with
Oh
that.
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
are those?
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're connected to some
Yeah.
To
higher
that,
members of the community, I'll say.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I had that on
Oh,
my
okay.
live last night. I mean,
Oh,
I've got
okay.
pictures on my community page. That is who they are
Okay.
saying is the well, there are 3 people that they say
Yeah.
committed this crime. That
Okay.
one and 2 others with a different last name. But yeah, that is no secret. And it's also not a secret that he's been a person of interest from the get-go. Even
Really?
Right.
amongst us people who don't know anything, just the YouTubers.
Really?
Yeah, he's always been on the radar. He's always been one of those like, well, his affiliations.
Is that the same name I've heard with Flora stuff?
No, but and we can get into that later.
Because it sounds
CJ,
familiar with the name from Flora for some reason.
There, well now, you know how everybody's related to everybody in that area. But there are actually in this document, it does reference Flora on in there past all the Abby and Libby stuff. When you get into that particular person and the wife who testifies against him, does an affidavit against him saying that he confessed. That guy, according to the paperwork, confessed to this crime, and also the people that were with him, she names them and said that those people are connected to Flora. Possibly.
Okay, because I don't know. The name sounded familiar when it was sent to me, and I was like, that name sounds familiar, like from Flora, but I couldn't put it
But
together.
you know, like with everything coming out, it still doesn't seem to be a motive.
Well, with the Odinists, the motive is, like Doug Carter said, it is about power, and I don't want to get graphic here, but understand that these kind of cults have a whole different set of beliefs in society. Like for us, if we want to have power, we work for it, right?
Right.
You gain clout, you get money, you get stuff, you get contacts. That's how normal people, rise to power. These people, it doesn't work that way. It is through the red stuff. Yes, it's it's sacrificial stuff. And so it doesn't have to be a motive that makes sense to us. It doesn't have to be CSAM. It doesn't have to be, some of these other things. It could be part of what they do, but it is
it's what's going on internally with their own organization,
right?
And that's where the motivation comes from.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And it's like, some organizations, they do that. They have something on you. Like that's how they do, like
Epstein.
For them to get in, like Skull and Bones,
right.
They do something, so now they have something on you. That's how they get it. Everybody have something on one another in those organizations.
Right.
That can really hurt them. You know what I mean? So
cards.
So you don't get out of line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what that's pretty much for.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's it. I mean, you're 100% right, Grizz, because I had 2 nights ago, I had a conversation with my Illuminati contact, and she was telling me that, and we got on the subject of Epstein, And she said, whether you're talking about the jesters or the Freemasons or Illuminati, whatever, a lot of people don't mean to get caught up in that, but they have close associations, and then they get compromised, whether they actually participated in something that was illegal, or whether they just got drunk, passed out, and pictures were taken next to an underage child or with certain paraphernalia. So then these people are compelled. And she said that's a lot of times what Epstein did. It's not that all of the people that is on the list or whatever are associated with him that they necessarily committed those crimes, but then they couldn't leave because they went for a visit, they went for a vacay. All of a sudden there's compromising pictures that they are not going to be able to explain. And so there you go.
Yeah, it's been going on for years.
Yeah, forever.
I mean, any kind of organization you could look at it. It's all about
the FBI. What's the guy in the FBI from the
Hoover?
The FBI. Yeah,
Hoover.
He's been doing that.
Shit.
He did the same shit. That's why he had so much power.
Yeah.
That's why he had direct access to the president. The only FBI guy that had direct access. Yeah. It's no lie. All right, we're gonna get into some more of this. It is graphic. Just keep that in mind, everybody. I do need to put that banner up, and then we can kind of go into some of these other papers. If you think, that, for those who read it, if you think that Court TV missed out on something and there's something in the papers we should cover, we can definitely do that. I think Court TV does a great job of kind of giving you something, but not way too freaking much. I think it was a good balance. So, but just keep in mind, we do have the triggers up there. Once the triggers are gone, you can unmute or come back to the show. So I appreciate you guys hanging out this morning. It is a difficult topic. We'll get through the difficult parts, and then we'll kind of have a more lighthearted ending second half to the show. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Grizz, for hopping up. Thank you, Silky. Appreciate you guys. And here we go on more of this Court TV episode. We got about 20-30 minutes left. Yeah, Maui's
Sticks
another.
And tree branches were deliberately, carefully, and proficiently placed on each girl in a certain arrangement, mimicking certain runes. At least one of the... Well, let's begin with this, with what happened to Abby and Libby. So this is from the defense motion that they filed in court. Take a look. Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism. Now, this is key, I think, hijacked by white nationalists. So they're pointing the finger at white nationalists who, according to the defense, hijacked this religion for their own purposes. Odinism. Ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. That is the headline. Odinism is the pagan religion referenced above, and its followers are called Odinites. Odinists are enamored of Viking Nordic culture. Evidence that at the crime scene, these murdering Odinites left behind obvious signatures, symbols in the forms of runes. These runes were formed with sticks fashioned with tree branches and painted using the blood of Liberty German. This is sick stuff, folks. This is sick. Sticks and tree branches were deliberately, carefully, and proficiently placed on each girl in a certain arrangement, mimicking certain runes. At least one of the branches appeared to have its end cut off cleanly by some type of tool like an electric saw, providing proof of a preconceived plan. Additionally, the blood of Liberty German was used as the paint to mark a tree with a rune that looks similar to the letter F. With a simple Google search, these runes would be identifiable as one of the many calling cards of this pagan religious cult. Okay, let's dive a little deeper into this. Joining me tonight from Washington, D.C., retired police commander, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, also an expert in cults and types of cases like this. Mike King is with us. Mike, great to see you tonight. This is extremely surprising. Wasn't expecting it. We're going through a lot tonight. But let's start with this description of the sticks and everything else, and this religion, Odinism. My understanding, Odinism goes back a long, long way.
Yeah, I mean, I remember looking at Odinism as part of looking into pagan belief systems, and this Odinism is separate from what you'd see in Judaism or Islam or Christianity. It's a real focus on these Nordic and Germanic gods. So think, for lack of a better example here, think of Marvel Comics, because that Thor, the guy with the big hammer, and his little brother Loki, who caused all the trouble, they were the children of Odin. Their father was Odin, and he is this guy who gave up his eye in search of more wisdom and other kinds of things. And so as people look at these different worship systems, you have people that are looking at monotheistic belief systems, like many Christians do, one God out there, or you have polytheistic religious belief systems that look at many gods. And we really came to know this when we were doing the Who Killed King Tut stuff that I worked on with Greg Cooper. And that polytheistic belief system is actually what led to Tut's death. So you can't discount these kinds of things when you hear them, and you really have to dig in and try to understand them. But you also can't go down a rabbit hole without evidence that's supportive of it. And what we're hearing is some pretty interesting stuff.
And the description of Abby and Libby at the scene, I mean, it seems like there was some level of ritualism here. You're using this young girl's blood to paint some sort of a letter, and you're using these sticks to somehow, I don't know, send some sort of symbol or something. It's really bizarre. Let me read the description of Liberty German, because
okay,
again, this is tough stuff, folks, and it's really got to be difficult for the families today as well, as they learn all of this. Libby was found at the base of a tree with 4 tree branches of varying sizes intentionally placed in a very specific and arranged pattern. This is the part that's, again, gets even tougher, on her naked body. Libby's right arm was placed along the side of her body. One large tree branch had been placed on her left shoulder. This branch was so long that it extended above Libby's head several feet and below her legs for several feet as well. 2 smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined her body near her genitalia, with both sides of the V extending upward towards Libby's head, with one branch extending to the left of Libby's head and the other to the right of Libby's head. The last of the 4 branches extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder. This 4th tree branch was also connected with the other 3 branches and was placed under both branches that formed the V. Again, difficult. Libby's sliced neck was partially covered by this 4th branch. This is purposeful conduct that is taking place here, Mike. And I guess as an investigator, you could look at the way these branches are placed and try to connect it, if it is connected to some ritual, some group, some sect, or some religion.
Yeah, and I guess the challenge I face in these kinds of things, Vinny, is until we can see And hopefully we never do. Hopefully it's just something that's vetted in that courtroom. But you have to think there are many, many cases out there where inexperienced killers, once they get in the frenzy of killing, they start doing experimentation and other kinds of things that could lead to all kinds of wacky behaviors. So before things get assigned as being tied to Odinism, for instance, or something else, we have to really look at the totality of things and keep in mind, I mean, remember what they were saying in the 1800s about Jack the Ripper's victims and the mutilation that he was doing and the kinds of things that were going on. And there are so many explanations for things like a broken branch that might look like it was surgical, when in effect it might have been a very nice artifact of a really dry piece of wood that broke perfectly smooth. Rare, but possible, versus that young twig that's going to be kind of splintered and really look a little differently. But when you start getting things placed on there and you start seeing the staging that occurs, that starts to tell us a little more too about what was going on in the offender's mind. And again, I'm not ready to jump that this is a ritualistic killing versus maybe exploration. But I'm also not willing to to discount what we're starting to hear in this thing if they've got truly evidence to back it up and not just theory and supposition.
Yeah, and again, apparently, according to the defense again, because they're the ones digging into the papers and releasing it through this memo, there were 3 investigators who were very much following this line of investigation. Now, let's take a look at the description of Abby's body. Abby was fully clothed. In fact, and this again, another one of these strange facts, Abby was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. No blood appeared on Abby's clothing. Abby was found on her back like Libby. However, unlike Libby, Abby's elbows were bent, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest. Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Also, Abby's left leg was straight while her right leg was bent at the knee. The murderers, according to, again, the defense is saying there's more than one person doing this. The murderers also placed her bent right leg under her left leg. Above Abby's head were smaller sticks that had been placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. So,
yeah,
that description
again, is that
it's very posed. I mean, it sounds the way it's being described that it is posed. It's not like a murder takes place and this is how the bodies end up. This is specifically done. I guess the question is the reason, and is it in fact consistent with anything connected to Odinists or these white nationalists referred to by the defense that have hijacked Odinism?
Yeah, the challenge that we find too in these kinds of things is, again, we want to try to assign it because our minds just can't wrap around it. But clearly the way that those children were left is symbolic of what was going on in this predator's mind, whether it was a fantasy that he was trying to fulfill, a recreation of an image that he's seen before, or whether he was just working this out and becoming the producer of his own little whacked out film. It's really difficult, or their whacked out film. But I think you're really hitting on something, and that is the suggestion that it might be something more in line with a supremacist movement. And we know that they're speaking about in that document this tie to the prison system and to a really rough culture and other kinds of things. And this is going to really require bringing the two sides together to sort this out. And frankly, if they've got evidence, then the prosecution is going to have to say, hey, this is why investigators excluded it and moved on.
Absolutely. All right, Mike's going to stay with us. We're going to bring in some more guests. We've got a lot more to go through in these allegations by the defense. Very, very specific allegations, and also revealing a lot more about what happened to the Richard Allen. It was people connected to this Odinism. Take a look. Here's what they are alleging also, that there was a failure to pursue the Odinist links. A particular Odinite from Logansport posted on social media images mimicking the very runes found at the crime scene. A crime scene unreleased and unknown to the general public even to this day. So they're saying this person is posting runes, these images, letters, whatever. He was an Odinite whose son had been dating an image of two women, either dead or posed, as if they were dead on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. Both women had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. One of the women had her arm stretched out above her head, similar to the way that Libby's arm was stretched above her head. Wow. Wow. That's huge, right? Okay, let's bring in our guests. Joining us in studio, co-host and producer of Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders podcast, and Court TV senior writer, Barbara McDonald. Joining us from Washington, D.C., still with us, retired police commander, host of Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King. And in Chicago, Illinois, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries, Bob Motta is with us. Thank you, everyone. Barbara, let me start with you. What your initial reaction to all of this, that there is this cult, this religious sect, whatever they are, that's responsible?
Stunned, I think, like everyone else reading the filing today, pouring through it. I thought I knew a lot of the crazy elements of this case. This one kind of came out of left field. It's a bit surprising, but, what does this do to the prosecution?
Yeah, well, reasonable doubt is one thing, right? Like, I get it. I understand the game that the defense plays. But this is very specific. Mm-hmm. We're not naming names, but they're naming names in their papers. Like, they're naming specific people.
And at least one of those names has been talked about many times in many of the groups. I mean, he wasn't unknown to people following the case. But yeah, there's a lot of details here that people have not known. My concern is people reading this saying, aha, this is what happened. This is fact. This is from one side.
Yeah, well, first of all, it comes from the defense side. And like I always tell you folks, bring your salt, like a big grain of it every time. But, it is what it is. It's going to be part of this case from this point forward. Bob Motta, let me ask you, you see, here's what happens, and we're covering another case with an alleged conspiracy up in Boston involving a police conspiracy. I always look at those cases and I say, okay, what is the other side saying? But then I look at it and I say, well, what if everything was flipped around? Like, let's say the person the defense is pointing the finger at was actually indicted and charged with this. Would there really be enough? And would everybody be pointing the finger at the person who's actually charged? That's just the way I look at it. What's your reaction, Bob, to this? Is this defense just kind of, causing some hay? Or do you think they're going to get inside that courtroom and specifically name names and have this jury scratching their heads like, wait a minute, somebody else did this and we know who did it?
Yeah, I'm well versed in Karen Reed, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And much like Barbara, my head exploded when I read this morning. I actually was messaging with Barbara. I'm like, have you seen this thing? So look, this is not just defense lawyering, and the thing that makes it different, we're talking about a 136-page document with receipts, okay? And we have affidavit law enforcement in this thing. This isn't just some whole cloth theoretical thing. Now, of course, the state is going to have the opportunity to respond, and I'm assuming that they're going to. I don't, like, as far as McClellan goes, it's a tough gig. Like, responding to this, it's a tough gig, because like the prosecutor has some issues that came up in this in terms of not disclosing things in a timely manner. And I think that, he's going to have to answer for those things.
I get it. That's, that becomes a legal battle with the judge, what evidence comes in, what doesn't come in, et cetera. I'm only interested in one thing on this show, which is the truth, trying to figure out the truth. which is what prosecutors should be focused on as well. Mike King, let me ask you, is there any reason, like if the evidence is leading to these Odinites, is there any reason for law enforcement to protect the Odinites? Would we have to see if the investigators are Odinites? Would we have to, I mean, I don't get it. Like this was the highest profile case they were ever going to have in Delphi, Indiana, by far, right? You've got all these agencies working on it. Why on earth, if this is a valid lead, would they not follow up on it?
As a case lead investigator, you often know things about the investigation that other people involved in the investigation may not know about, especially if they're from the outside. Maybe like a trooper that picks up a piece of really good information and wants to share it up. And sometimes people really get focused on something and they're a dog on a bone that can't let go of it, and they create a theory before they really have facts. So they spend all their time trying to prove that they were right, and they actually become a detriment to the investigation. So that's really the mission ahead, I believe, for the prosecution, is to be able to say, these things were vetted, this is what really happened. And we're kind of seeing an inkling, I think, even in one of the news reports I read today, where they reached out and the prosecution is saying, nah, the FBI didn't quite say what's being alleged in the document. Heck, I don't know, Vinny, but all I know is that this is really good that it's coming out, and that their hand is being forced to say, we looked at it and here's why it was excluded. And if you got to look into their backgrounds to say, hey, they're not Odinist or they're not part of this conspiracy, by golly, you got to do it. But I think Bob was right. The first thing I thought of too was Karen Reed. If I could just make everybody hate the criminal justice system and disbelieve it and have no faith in it, I might have won already.
Right. I get it. Okay. Now let's get to the real meat of the allegation here. Again, failure to pursue the Odinist links. Evidence known to the Unified Command. Now, the Unified Command is not part of the Odinists. This is part of the investigators, okay? These are the investigators trying to solve the case. Included the fact that fellow Odinites, blank and blank, we're not naming names, were close friends as late as January 21st, 2017. However, that friendship ended very abruptly in February of 2017. The schism in their friendship resulted from a fight that occurred between blank and blank in February of 2017, where he and blank were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. The river was near blank's house. In 2019, the Unified Command, again, the investigators in this case, learned that in a totally different conversation with his ex-wife, according to blank's house. In 2019, the Unified Command, again, the investigators in this case, learned that in a totally different conversation with his ex-wife, according to police reports, blank told his ex-wife that blank and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. And that's how we get to the link of the white nationalist hijacking of Odinism. Barbara McDonald, what do you think of this? This is very specific. We're not naming names. The defense does. But it seems like you've got a potential admission. There's a little double hearsay going on here,
right.
but you could bring those people in.
Absolutely, and one would hope that they were talked to already and will be again.
They had 5 years to do all this, right?
Yeah, and we've heard how many tips they've gotten in this case and how many people they've investigated and how many states they've traveled to in their investigation. I certainly hope that they have something to say about this. This case, it just sort of feels like it's jumped the shark a bit at this point.
Okay. Bob, to me, this is some form of an admission here, right? This is an admission to the ex-wife that blank and his people committed this murder. How does that evidence come in? Like, who has to testify to that? Because that would be more than reasonable doubt in this case.
No question. We're going to have to call in the ex. and they're going to have to get it in, and it's going to be a statement against interest. I mean, it's going to fall within the hearsay exception. If he said it to her, it is double hearsay. But if it's a statement against interest in terms of, because the assumption is that he was involved as well, right? So even because it sounds like because they're basically naming 4 guys.
Can the defense subpoena these 4 people and put them on the stand?
Absolutely.
So
not
that's
only
what
that,
should happen,
Indiana,
right? If they believe the Sioux did it, that's what the defense should be.
100%. And on top of that, in Indiana, they could depose them. Like, we don't have that advantage in Illinois in criminal cases to depose witnesses unless there's a death penalty case. Like, I would have the subpoenas out to all of these guys, and I would be grilling them. So, I mean, they have that advantage in Indiana, and I'm assuming that the state is not going to be happy about them coming in. But, I mean, the defense is going to have to do what they have to do in order to try to flesh this out. I mean, this is 136 pages, Vinny. This is a lot.
Yeah. But and again, Mike, on the front end, this all should have been done, right? Like, everything we're talking about doing now should have been done and may have been done. We don't know. This is all we have to deal with tonight. I talked about the grain of salt when the defense has the theory, right? No offense, Bob. No offense. Just I was a prosecutor. And this is the way I see the world. Another grain of salt when we have a statement from an ex-spouse. Do you trust the ex-spouses?
Who, me?
Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. I was going to Mike on that. I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh, no. I mean, it's a mixed bag. And I guess that's where it's going to really have to come out what the motivation was for doing it, what she's been like during this period where she's not part of his life. And then whether they can get over the legal challenges of whether she's reliable or not. And, I mean, this part of me that's the investigator, Vinny, goes back to the idea, if these murders were motivated because of a mixed race relationship, I suspect there are a whole lot more mixed race relationships going on in that county and in that part of the country. And why haven't we seen a whole batch of murders happen? And if that was the motivation. So I always kind of go back to it's possible, but how probable is it based on what we're learning? And that always kind of bugs me. And I always think about an interview I had with Richard Ramirez, if you remember that guy, the Night Stalker. I was sitting with him and I said, Richard, do you really believe in Satanism? And he smiled and he said, that was an afterthought the first time around, but then it became good business.
Wow. All right. Everyone stay where you are because the plot thickens, because the allegations aren't just that the killers were practicing Odinism, but also the prison moment celebrated, right? Oh, finally, the case was solved. Well, now the defense is throwing a big twist in everything, saying there's these Odinites who are following Odinism who are actually responsible. But it gets even thicker than that. It's not just the murder. Take a look at this. This is from, again, from the defense. Odinites in the Westville Correctional Facility guarding Richard Allen. The evidence shows that during his pretrial incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility, Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers who are also members of the Odinite cult. 2 of those correction officers boldly wore patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms that proclaimed, "In Odin we trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism. Are you kidding me? Let me read it. Let me read the other one also. I'm going to get that in. Normally, corrections officers were within earshot of every conversation between Richard and his attorneys and between Richard and his wife, close enough that Richard would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys and with his wife being overheard by those corrections officers. Corrections officers even required that Richard Allen be positioned facing the window where corrections officers were videotaping the attorney visits with the handheld camcorder. The positioning of Richard Allen's body would allow the corrections officers to videotape Richard Allen's mouth as he talked to his attorneys. Richard would therefore not be able to privately discuss anything with his attorneys, such as, this is it, because remember there's an alleged confession here. The guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed those girls. And they have that as evidence against him. Wow. Barbara McDonald, Mike King, Bob Motta back with us. Bob, what are your thoughts about this? This looks like it's going to be the attack on the confession.
It blew my mind.
Is there anything normal about videotaping attorney-client meetings? I've never heard of that before.
No, frankly, I was in Delphi in Carroll County courthouse for that hearing. And, because at that point they were trying to get Alan moved out of the facility because he's being held pre-trial, which is very unusual, in a prison as opposed to a jail. His lawyers were trying to get him out, and they ended up at that hearing. That's when this bombshell about these confessions came out. And obviously, everybody in the courtroom was like, we were like, oh my God, what is happening here? So to have this kind of information come out, and I immediately thought, okay, well, what is the context in which the statements were made in terms of the phone call between Richard Allen and his wife? Are they taking things out of context? What was the tone? So this gives us the other side of what was going on with Allen, because they had testimony on there where they admitted that they were using a camcorder, and they were saying it was for the safety of his attorneys and for the guards that were in the room, that they were filming him. So when we see this, and then we hear this allegation, which is stunning, a stunning allegation in terms of these guys wearing patches and being known Odinists, and they're the ones that are guarding this guy. Man, I've never seen anything like it, Vinny. These allegations, if they're going to get fleshed out, are just bombshells. And it's an absolute explanation, in my estimation, and it's going to get vetted. Look, like you said, this is a defense coming with emotion, with some incredibly powerful statements that are going to get vetted at a Frank's hearing. And if it turns out to be true, this case is absolutely turned upon its head, because the biggest and strongest evidence that they have right now are those confessions.
Right. Yeah.
Wow. So now, when it comes to, because I'll show the videos if you guys don't know what he currently looks like. The dude really does look like a freaking POW vet, freaking nuts. And I thought it was just because he was doing shit to himself or whatever. Now you read all this shit and you're like, damn. Because I remember when he was saying that he wasn't able to have conversations with his attorneys, and I'm like, come on now, let's be real.
They pretty much treated Ron Logan the same way.
What do you mean?
Ron Logan they didn't give him his teeth. They had him on lockdown. They treated Ron Logan dirty in jail.
Yeah, they did. They sure did.
Wow.
Whether he,
whether he
knew anything or not, they did treat him badly.
See, I don't know. I don't know much about Logan. I don't cover it like you guys do.
Just a quick.
I know it was his property.
Yeah, and he could. Yes, it was kind of, maybe in the summertime the view would have been more obscured, but it was February. There were no leaves on the trees. And if there was all of this, imagine, you've seen how the girls were unalived. Imagine this happening on your property and you didn't know. So that's why he was, a prime suspect, because they thought you had to know.
Hey, look, but at the same time, they always chasing people off. But at this time, you haven't seen anything. I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff. All of a sudden, trail cameras aren't there, and stuff ain't working.
Right.
Yeah. Plausible deniability opportunities.
Exactly. Plus, they kept people out of that search area that night. They kept turning people away, saying, oh, we've searched this. Even family members who tried to go to that spot where they were found were turned away. That's not sus.
Really? I always
Yeah.
thought it was weird how the search ended so early because I was like, damn, I would have been out there searching until I couldn't freaking walk
Oh,
no
yeah.
more.
Yeah,
That was
calling
my
off the
kid.
dogs is what always gets to me. Like, why did you
Yeah.
call off the dogs? Come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care how far away they were out.
What was it
You
at?
bring
Like,
them dogs in.
Yeah.
This would have been,
Absolutely.
this could have been figured out like a long time ago. Like the dog would have went that whole trip, would have searched
Snap of a
everywhere
finger.
they walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
Snap
like,
of a finger.
yeah, like that's what
And
I don't understand. Like, come on, man, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all act like it was a blizzard.
they were
Like,
found with their
I get the
clothes.
terrain and everything, but you guys are equipped for this stuff. You know what I mean? Like when you sending out search teams and stuff, they're equipped for that. You see them guys in the water going against the current, holding one another. They train for this type of stuff. You don't think they train for
Right.
night search?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like
They
that's
get funded
that's,
they get funded to get the equipment to do the shit. They get funded for all of it. You know, they get the shiny new toys and the cool gadgets along with the training that comes along with it.
yeah.
And yeah, like it's not like they were like had deer piss all around where they were left. They were in their clothes. It could have been so easy with dogs, like you're saying. Snap of a finger. Bam.
Mhm.
You know where they're at before it even is 1 a.m. Like you already know.
Yeah.
That is what was crazy to me is just
Yeah.
why would you? Because I don't give a fuck how cold it is. I'll be out there in a snowsuit if I need to be out there in a damn snowsuit. It don't matter. As long as I
Come
can
yeah.
on.
keep taking one more
Let's be
step,
for
I'm
real.
out there.
Like if you're a searcher, right? This is something you trained to do. Like you want this action. This is the kind of action you want. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no it's too cold out there. You're not
Yeah.
making no excuses. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
what's all that training for?
Right. You've been
When
waiting
it
this whole
comes
time.
down to it, you're not ready or prepared to do it. Like you just go like that doesn't make sense to me. These guys was ready to do their job. Like,
Yeah.
come on, man. But you call these dogs off. That doesn't make sense to me. Like that never made sense to
No.
me.
And I tell you, as a parent, if that was my kid out there, my family member out there, let somebody try to tell me you can't go here. We've already searched. I tell them you're gonna have to kill me on this spot. Get out of my
Mhm.
dang way, cause I'm going.
Right.
Stop me.
Dog or not.
Yeah.
Dog or not. Yeah. So there's a couple things that I wrote down as we were kind of watching that. So why do you think Mike King was talking about ritualism versus exploration? What do you think he meant by that? Ritualism versus exploration. What is exploration? Do you guys
don't
know what he
know.
meant? I had no
I
idea,
re-
so I thought I'd ask you. Did you guys know that Abby was in Libby's sweater before
I
these
did.
things?
Well, that
You
was
did?
leaked. But
Okay.
I mean, that was part of the stuff that they said the leaked information. Again, we had nothing in writing, but they did say the girls' clothes were swapped.
Okay. This Logansport individual that they're referring to, and it's the same name as the stuff that I was getting. That so what is their? It said they dated Abby.
The son.
What's the son? Okay.
Yeah. His name was Logan. Also, his first name was Logan. And yeah, they were.
McClellan.
And
That's Florida too, ain't it? McClellan.
that's the prosecutor
The-
in Carroll County.
right.
Was that the guy that was getting stuff done for Florida? Or I've heard that name before too, McClellan.
Well,
is he
I
just
mean,
Delphi? Or is he
no, he's
part
the
of
county
Florida?
prosecutor. He's the DA.
Right.
So he would cover the whole county.
He's the new one.
Yes, when Robert Ives retired or left
Okay,
or
so
whatever.
he's the one that was actually getting stuff going for Flora then, right? Like the ball rolling on Flora once things took over? No?
I'm not a big fan of
No?
this.
Okay.
No.
Because there's in these documents, they're making it out like he's pretty sloppy with his job, so I didn't know.
I mean, to
just
be
remember-
fair, the people that I've talked to who were in the last hearing in the courtroom said that he did a phenomenal job that day, that he was really impressive in court. However, my beef with him as a human, and some of the decisions that he's made and some of the things, I'm not a big fan. But that's not really to do necessarily. It could have to do with the case. It may not. So before I get a lawsuit, I'm going to stop talking.
So, well, I have a question. I get you. I have a question, though. Are guards allowed to put patches, like their own personal patches on their uniforms? I didn't think that would be possible or allowed.
I'm trying to think of if any of ours do. I can't think. With the COs that I work with, I don't know. Maybe they just don't have anything they want to put on there. But now, a few weeks ago, and actually you were there for a little while, and my members only that private, when Ruckus was on, and Thomas Frost, and you were on there, if you remember, me and Ruckus had a very long discussion about jail conditions. And a lot of the things, in which I admitted, a lot of the things that they are saying about Richard Allen is standard. Okay, the size of the cell, the isolation, yes, it is standard. They're not usually kept in a prison. They usually are kept at a larger county jail, like the one I work at. But now, that being said, can people still harass you? Can they still threaten you? Of course they can. Of course they can. It's not impossible for the guards to whisper to him or to say to him, "Hey, unless you confess." Yeah.
There's dickheads out there.
And if they are Odinists and they were involved, it is possible. But as far as the actual conditions that he's in, that is standard jail.
I mean, I'm gonna show you guys.
I mean, he's in a prison, right?
He's in a prison because Carroll County couldn't hold him. They're tiny, or Delphi. Delphi is very, and of course, they had like suggested. Cells. The security for and honestly, if you were charged with something like that in a place like Delphi, you're not safe. But they had talked about putting him
somebody
in
would
Cass
be getting
County.
in there.
Oh, absolutely.
Somebody would be getting in there.
Like, I mean, and especially with the prison officials, like with the hardcore criminals, like, where all the hardcore supremacists and Odinists is located, right? And you think they'll be more compromised, from even just working in the system, like doing deals with the inmates? Or, just stuff like, okay, if they're Odinists, they have their connections on the inside. Like, I mean, it happens all the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
That made it possible. One thing that I didn't hear them say on court TV about the Odinists are extremely racist, okay? That's part of if you go in to study Odinism, they are extremely racist. So, they're talking about these, race traders and all, and I heard the guy say there would be more unalivings if that were true. There are a lot of suspicious deaths in that area. If you want to go look at it, look at the number of arsons in that small area, not just counting Galen Rose's hits.
No shit.
And a lot of these things. Yeah, there's a lot. And
the movie Backdraft,
Man, look at the number of
I'm telling you, that's
been out in that area.
Yeah,
The what?
like it reminded me of the
Hot
movie
shot.
Backdraft.
Oh yeah.
People, injecting them. Like they could have been injected with a hot shot or something like that. A lot of those cases
Yeah.
been out
Hero,
there as well.
Hero.
Absolutely. And unless you're looking at all the connections on it, and let's just say somebody passes away because of a hot shot, unless somebody is digging into that case and all their connections, you're not going to say, well, this was a racial motivation. You're going to say, well, they owed money. It was a hit for something else. But
Right.
Indiana is historically racist, okay? Historically.
hmm
Been going on for over 100 years, and so it's ingrained, unfortunately, in a lot of these people. And so yeah, you can't just say, well, there would be more. Like somebody's gonna stand up and say, oh, this one person got a hot shot because they dated outside their race. No, they're not gonna say that.
Oh, the
Right.
prison already has a bunch of lawsuits from prisoners for mistreatment already.
Yes, they do. But now let me say this: every jail and facility are going to have a lot
Or
of what
lawsuit.
I call ridiculous crap cases.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
But so I don't know, because I haven't looked into, each one of them. Are they all saying the same thing? Is it real? Is it a real concern? I mean, you'd have to take it case by case.
So you look at the photo of him right here that I'm showing everybody. You look at the photo of him right here. The dude looks a hell of a lot different than when he went in. Now you look
Yeah,
at
he does.
Koberger. Koberger looks damn near the same, if not a little healthier sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so when I saw this, I was like, whoa, this is some kind of trick, some kind of tactic. I heard he's on a hunger thing or whatever, this and that. But now after this shit that came out last night, you take a look at this picture again and you go, oh my gosh, if this dude somehow wasn't a part of this shit, this is what he, like, man, I can't.
Yeah, I mean, there are several. I
That's
go back
fucked
and
up.
forth.
That's
I go back
fucked
and
up.
forth on this, though, CJ, because
Yeah.
he was a drinker. Okay, he was a drinker before. I'm not saying he was an alcoholic, but he frequently drank.
Yeah.
So once you get in jail and you don't have access to that, you are going to lose that beer belly and all that excess stuff.
Yeah,
Now,
but look at him. That's a different look, yo. That's a different
it
Appetite
is.
loss.
It is.
That's
And usually,
this is
though,
psychological shit right there. You look at his eyes, it's like
yeah, I agree
fear.
that
Fear.
yeah, I agree that his whole demeanor is different.
Psychological.
But although he would lose weight from not having alcohol, the other
Yeah.
part of that is what I see at least 9 times out of 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Most people gain weight in jail not because the food is great, but because, there's a lot of starches. There's a lot. Usually I see my patients just balloon up. Everybody's concerned about how much weight they've,
Oh, really?
yeah. So,
Oh.
it's unhealthy food. It's like if you ate McDonald's 3 meals a day for every day, you'd get fluffy. Kind of the same thing. So, it's like, yeah, he could have lost weight for this, but he should have gained it back from the food. And the state of his demeanor, you're absolutely right, CJ. He does look
It
kinda
just
haunted.
you got that look, yeah, like it would be like when like you're looking at a freaking SK and their pupils are like fucking whacked out, you
Yeah.
know that they're like in some kind of other mental dimension, and he looks like he's in like some kind of other mental dimension, even when he's just kind of walking and you see him. It's like the eyes are down, not a lot of eye contact. It's
But
just
look how he looks into the camera, though. Like,
Yeah.
like
What?
it looks like
He-
he's been betrayed so bad. That's like somebody just betrayed him so bad. Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, he just looking at like, you motherfuckers
Yeah.
betrayed me, man. You got me.
Yeah.
I think whoever was with him, just they had to. I think like another reason why he got caught in this predicament his accomplice, man. Like they set him up in some kind of way. Like we'll figure
Like
it
a
out.
fall
Yeah, like a
fall guy.
yeah. Like I believe he was
He's
there.
the
Yeah,
driver.
but
Like he's the
his
driver kind of
accomplice.
shit.
Yeah, for sure.
So what if so do you think that maybe he was just somebody that was a low man on the totem pole of this group, was the one to kind of get the girls down to where they needed to go, and then he didn't do shit but sat there and fucking saw what the hell the other dudes were doing kind of shit?
Right. He was even probably thinking like, I don't know why I did it. Excuse me. I don't know
I
why I
got
did
mixed.
this. Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
it's a lot of things.
Started off
man,
as a
but
conversation at a bar, drinking with somebody, shooting pool, and then next thing you know, you're sucked into this weird ass shit or something.
right.
I mean, it's
I don't know. He
possible.
doesn't give
Yeah.
me the. I don't know. Does he give you the impression that he's into that kind of shit? I think if he would have been, he wouldn't be looking like he does right now.
Right.
I would think.
Maybe
right?
that's
Because
something
you would
like
feel some sort of accomplishment then, no?
like, and in order to get in some of these groups, you got to do things like that. Maybe he got into it late, or like the guy was said, he was, he was, like, what the fuck did he say? God damn, I'm sorry, man. I just had one of those brain farts.
Oh,
like
you're good.
I had it, but I was just
on
trying
that,
to get it out so bad.
You're
I'm
good.
sorry, man. Yeah.
No, I'm just like, it makes me wonder. Like, I always thought he did look like the bridge guy, just my opinion. I always did think I didn't think he looked like he was capable of taking over 2 girls by himself. Thank you, Kitty, for the gift of
No,
membership.
he's only 5'4".
Yeah.
I mean,
like, he would have to have had a weapon or something. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But I
Oh,
could
yeah.
definitely see him being like a fumbaloo driver of of some kind of crime or something, where he was like the low man.
Could be. Could
They
very well be.
they knew that he would they knew that he was easy to be a fall guy because he wasn't aware, and because of
Right.
that maybe gullible, and so.
But he could have been associated with these type of people. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. Like he was
And
part
got
of the
into it late.
organization.
And got into it late in his life. And they took him to this place. I don't know. It's all kind of
Was
shit running
he-
through my head now. Like I don't know,
Was he
man.
part
This
of a lot
shit
of
is-
clubs then when he was going out to these drinking establishments and stuff? Was he part of like different kind of clubs? Was he in a pool league?
Well, he
Was
just
in a
pretty
dart
much
league?
went to
Was he in-
one water hole. He just pretty much had one
That's
spot
it?
he went to.
Mhm.
The
That's
JC's
it.
bar.
JC's,
the JC's
yeah.
bar. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's it.
Like-
He didn't really go outside of Delphi or nothing. He was basically just kind of. He wasn't one of those that kind of went to different places and went to
No.
party here for a night or no. It was just
No.
one local bar you could literally walk to, not have to drive, hang out, have a good time.
Yeah.
So.
Uh,
And there's only 3,000 people that live in Delphi, right? 3,500.
Right.
Okay.
yeah.
So
Uh,
was he part of
yeah.
like a hunting club?
I mean,
Was he a
Odinus-
hunter? Was he a hunter at all, or?
I haven't seen anything from his Facebook or his wife's Facebook that talks about that. Now, he was an outdoor person. They did a lot of hiking, so he would have been familiar. I'm going to throw this out
Well-
there, too.
He was into hiking. Was his wife into
Yeah.
hiking too?
Yes, they
Mhm.
went on a lot of
Because
trips together.
these crimes take place in woods by rivers.
Yeah,
You got to hike to get to them, no?
yeah. I mean, well,
Huh.
not to get to the bridge, but certainly crossing
No,
the
I mean
bridge was a...
to if you got to do rituals and you're going to try and do them out in the woods by rivers, you probably got to go hiking a lot. I would.
Oh,
imagine.
absolutely. Yeah.
So, so he was a hiker. Okay.
Yeah. And that does make him look sus, for
Huh,
sure.
okay. Yeah.
I'm going to throw this out here, and this is just a piece of
Of everything.
information that is not in these papers, but while we're talking theories, I have heard, and let me just say, it's not just I've heard. I've seen some very interesting things off the record that lead me to believe that it is possible. Okay, not saying it did happen. It's possible that this whole ritual was filmed, and that film exists somewhere.
I mean,
Right.
I always kind of thought it probably was too. I mean, because I did hear staged from the very beginning, and when I heard that, I was like, yeah, that when if they already quote searched the area and they didn't find them, and then the next morning they pop up there, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure they were taken somewhere, something, you know,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I believe it was filmed as well. I
Right,
believe that
yeah.
something is out. Not, I mean, maybe not out there online, but it's
Right.
out there.
Personal shit
Yeah.
to go
Some
back.
personal.
My
Yeah,
question is, who is the videographer?
and I'm
Makes you wonder.
probably
Mhm.
dude. I'm wondering if the dude looks like that because he's seen all the shit and he's having these nightmares. These nightmares.
You know what,
of
Silky?
stuff.
I always thought that it was somebody that was a videographer. I mean, I'll tell you the name in the backdrop, but
Oh,
yeah.
we probably agree on the name and the
Yeah,
backdrop.
drop it in the private.
Okay.
I'd like to see what name you guys are thinking.
I'm sure we're thinking of the same one.
All right. I would drop it in. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just put the initials out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not saying that. Why am I not saying the private? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% Grizz.
Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, because
yeah.
I have a lot of stuff on that though.
So
You
do
know
I.
what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, so do I.
yeah. Because I thought that years and years, yo, man, like something ain't right. Something ain't right with that. But we can definitely, share notes one day
Yeah. I wish.
on Discord or something because, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could say, but I can't. I also can't tell where I got some of the stuff. But I want to tell you, this is interesting though, Grizz. I was sitting here having a conversation one day, and my daughter walked in the room, and she doesn't know anything. Okay, she didn't know anything, and all of a sudden, I'm showing her a few things, and she's like, "Mom, this guy is ridiculous." She said, "This guy is involved," and I'm like, she said, she was furious. She was furious, and she said he definitely had something to do. He definitely filmed this. He definitely, and I'm like, how do you? What makes you think all this stuff? And I mean, like, she's got a very good sixth sense. So, sixth sense. But anyway, yeah, I was like, wow.
We should have a conversation on Discord about this. Seriously,
We
like
should.
DM me, and we'd talk about this. I drop some.
What are you guys
things
doing
that's,
tomorrow? What are you guys doing tomorrow morning? Because I'm
gonna
probably
be at
going to be
work.
doing Are you? What
Yeah.
are you
Yeah,
doing,
I'll be
Chris?
working tomorrow as well. But in the afternoon, like. Let me see.
Well, I got a night show too. So.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Damn.
It would be extremely dangerous for us to name this person.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, seriously. Like, I'm saying DM. I'm not even talking about like
right
in the open chat or nothing like that.
Oh, no.
No. I've been I get it. Because I've been thinking about this for a couple years now.
Couple years, really?
Oh yeah. I've been on it. I've been thinking, yeah, he had me, it's a few interesting things about that cat. I can't wait to share with you, man. Like,
yeah.
Well, I got a lot more time, so we can have meetings.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, if y'all want to do it in the
Man,
let's all three have a conversation
is,
about this one.
This is some
Yeah.
weird shit, and it's
Oh
fucked
yeah.
up. It's fucked up. So, yeah, it's. I'd love to talk about it, and
Yeah.
because I'm gonna end up reading it. I'm not gonna read it on the show all 136, but I'm gonna end up reading it. Probably do it with when I'm having a meeting and screen share it with others and read through it and kind of talk to the team about it and see. I mean, it's definitely sketch as hell. Like the shit that just
Yeah.
came out last night, it's just a whole nother level. And it's like now there's so many damn questions before. Yeah, a lot of shit didn't make sense still, but it didn't seem like it was as wide open, chaotic as it is now with all the different, just with
It
all the different documents that show the information in them that you're like, damn, you don't have to like really wonder
Right.
anymore
well,
when you read some of these. It's like right there. It's like,
yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is there's so much crime in that area. Like it's in so many shady people. Like honestly, you can't swing a cat without hitting somebody who's just shady as heck in Carroll County. And I'm like, how is there so much concentration of evil in one spot? I mean, every place has their good and evil. Certainly the area I live in, we've got our troubles as well. But not like this. I'm like, dang, I'm gonna do a video. Well, I was gonna do it tonight, but in light of all this, I'm gonna have to postpone it. But I was gonna call it the Carroll County Delphi Hall of Shame. If you start naming the police officers, the firemen, people in authority who have been caught with CSAM or trying to pick up a escort or been like. It's like, these are officials. Come on. And it's
Right.
like, and it
Meant
goes
to
back
protect.
a long time. Yeah.
Right.
It didn't
Meant to
just
protect
happen in the
and-
last. Right. It's like something is going on in that county. And I'm sure the surrounding ones as well. But it's like, yeah, there's shady crap. And there's a lot of shady people. Which, some of these people, Grizz, are most likely protected by some other shady people.
Oh yeah. Like
It's
I
like
mean,
So-
because it's
Steven
like,
Smith.
why call off the damn dogs? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
No,
gonna say.
it's
Why
true.
call
Right in
them
the very
off?
beginning. That's what made me go, what the fuck? Why would you? Why would you? Like, that's your first damn night.
Yeah.
You should have been out there until you found them, because there is no time limit. There is no, oh, we're gonna search until sunrise. Fuck no, you're just gonna keep searching.
Of course
Right.
you are. It was too
You know, you're
dangerous,
supposed to
CJ.
exhaust all of your, tools that you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like the dogs would have been so. I mean, it's not like you're searching like the forest or nothing like that. Like like
Right.
these dudes
Yosemite
hiking
or
out in the
some shit.
wilderness type shit.
Right.
Like this is
The
a
fucking park in Delphi. Yeah, it's not Yosemite
Right.
National or something.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm
And
like, man,
And
I don't
even
know.
if the dogs couldn't get there that night because the dogs were supposed to be on the way, and then they called off the dogs. But even when they found the girls, those dogs still could have led a trail to somewhere else, to
Right,
the perpetrator.
right.
So you should never, even when they were found, you should never have called off the dogs. That's
None.
ludicrous.
Right. Because they could have
You
took
know,
you
I
from
almost-
the bridge somewhere else and then brought you back
Mhm.
down to
Right.
across wherever. Like they could
Right.
have possibly stopped at the water, but then that's when you take them across to where they was found to,
Yeah,
start another trail.
And you see the shoe.
exactly. Yeah.
You see the shoe. Oh shit. Yeah. I almost want to rewatch all the press conferences from Doug Carter because now I want to see where he's got bullshit coming through his lips.
Well, I don't really think it's bullshit. I think it's like he can't say nothing, but he does drop a lot of gems now that you hear this stuff out there.
His responses
what I'm
to certain questions, you know what I mean? Like, because before it's like, yeah, we got it, this, that, today's the day, whatever, whatever.
Right.
Dude, was it really? I mean, I know you've been wanting to say it for a long time, that little catchphrase that you, but
Yeah,
with a different.
but he still contradicted himself saying it though that day.
Yeah, you did.
Because he said today's the day, but
Oh.
it's not the day to celebrate. Like, come on, like what is so today ain't the day. Right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous
Yeah.
to tell that to the families and then finally hear it in that
Yeah.
tense. And then it's not. No, it's not. It's not. And this is the press conference I was going to show everybody here, and I'll drop the link for you if you want to save it to your playlist. This is a short clip of the press conference where he is talking about the full statements on the Delphi arrest, how today was the day. But like Chris said, we're not done. There's still more to do. So it wasn't really the day.
Right.
Hold on, let me get this turned up here.
Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or person.
Okay, and that's where I'm confused, because why are we not following up on this other stuff that's in the papers? Thank you for hanging out, Grizz. If it booted you out, just hit me up and I'll drop another link. I know sometimes StreamYard's buggy. The other people involved.
To ensure that other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable.
Okay, so why did we not follow up? Oh, so why did we not follow up on the stuff that we read last night and this morning? Then this was from 10 months ago when he was arrested.
Wow, I just got an interesting email. I'm gonna have to check into that.
Abby and Libby.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I may bring that up on the show later this evening. I'm gonna read through that. Very interesting stuff. Thank you, if you're watching, for sending that to me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to talk about in on the private chat. Grizz, if you want to come on with me and CJ tonight, you're welcome. You've always been welcome to come on my channel.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out on Silky's tonight. Do you have a notification up already?
I don't.
I'll jump in the chat. It's not poker night, so I probably won't. Yeah, I'll be available.
Okay, I get that.
What time are you having it? 6 Central or what time?
Yeah, 6 Central is what I'm gonna put up. And yeah, I didn't do a thumbnail because I got up early this morning, took my child to school, and here I've been live. So,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, we'll be on. Yeah, I'll be over at her show at 6 o'clock Central tonight. If you guys want to come hang out, and then we'll just have a hangout after that. Because we're gonna rewatch that CBS 48 Hours episode at the lounge. Because we're getting in trouble over here, but at the lounge we can watch it no problem. So it's pretty crazy shit over there in the Idaho 4 case too. So yeah, this is I don't know. He's claiming everybody's going to be held accountable, but then you read the paperwork that it's like, well, why are you not following up on these other people then?
Yeah.
What's
absolutely.
the reason? What's the reason?
And see, I think with a lot of his statements, he played it safe. Now, see all this stuff coming out, I mean, it's nothing that, it's nothing that's going to get him caught up in anything he said now,
Right.
Because he didn't really say nothing.
Yeah, he can go
he
either way.
couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
So I think at least he's safe there.
But I think you're so right when you said, we've always wondered about that statement that Doug made about this is, power to you. We're like, what kind, it didn't make sense. I mean, kind of, but not really. But in light of this stuff, Grizz, I think that makes perfect sense.
Right. So I feel that he knew that this was a possibility, like this kind of was going on.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
I mean, it's now that we know this,
it's a
now that at least we can say he was dropping gems on us. You see what I'm saying? But we didn't get that part. You see what I'm saying? So
right. Yeah. I go back and forth on Doug Carter too. He has some shady contacts, and I'm like, I know he's not an investigator. He's the face of the ISP. I want to believe him. I really want to believe him, but I have a lot of issues. But I hope that he has at least been truthful in what he has, like you said, the gems that he's dropping. I hope that has been, for sure, legit. Right. And I'm glad he didn't say today's the day, because that's been like the slogan for this case.
Right.
And he didn't. And I noticed that I watched that live last fall, and I'm like, man, so what does he mean by that? Today's not the day. Well, you just arrested Richard Allen, so if today's not the day, then to me that always insinuated that there were other people involved.
Yeah. For sure. Especially with all this in the way. I mean, I always thought there was more than one anyway, but with the way this all looks, it's like, dang.
I mean, and then I think okay, if he did this out of anger, and then he woke up out of it just to do this, just to stage the scene, and to do all these rituals, that's never made sense to me. I'm sorry. It just felt like, come on now, this was planned. This was a plan. You know, especially with all that going on at the crime scene.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not just doing this random. Oh, let's just snatch. Oh, boom. No, it's too
Right.
much that led up to the girls being there, especially with the contact from Anthony Sharp's account. In my opinion, I still think that account. Okay, maybe Keegan probably wasn't the controller of that account at that time, right?
It's a
So
Possible,
community
yeah.
account.
So I still think that account has something to do with it. I still believe that account is definitely tied to it.
Yeah, there are some things that, I mean, it's highly coincidental, you know, that he was supposed to meet with them that day and then said they didn't show up. I mean, strange things have happened before, but it's with Delphi, it's a whole pile of stranger things.
Right.
You know, it's like the whole upside down. It's like the marathon gas station. Oh, well, you don't have the video of that day? Okay, well, here you go. Oh, my goodness, the drive is corrupt. Oh, well, let's take it from the original source. This is, you know, it was either the FBI or the ISP, and they go back to the original source to see who came in the marathon station that day. And they're like, oh my goodness, not just the drive, this whole thing from the origin. Like, it's corrupt. We don't have any of it. Sorry. BS. BS, you don't.
Right.
Well,
A
that's
lot of
somebody
stuff's
with power,
coming to light.
you know, pulling them strings
Yeah, and
all day.
When this
the
shit
thing
comes
of it-
out, it ain't.
it's
That's where the
kind of like
power
I've
goes away.
said. Yeah, and I've said this about the family. So many people have attacked the family, and I understand why. Okay, I understand that they've made a lot of inconsistent statements. I understand that some family members have had nefarious connections. But what I have said is that if they're inconsistent or if they're covering something, what is the motivation? Are they afraid? Like, do they feel threatened if they were to tell the whole truth? Like, we don't know. So I don't feel like we can judge any motivation for something that they said if we don't know. Now, you're talking about, you know, even the police. I don't know how strong this group of Odinites are. I do know what they're capable of, okay? Because you take, you know, just take the whole Kokomo situation and Judge Fouts and that little ring and the motorcycle gangs, and you take these Odinists and how powerful are they? Are you going to, as a law enforcement officer even, are you that threatened because you know what these people are? Yeah. If they know they cannot be kept safe, what would you do to cover? You know, I don't know what anybody's motive is in this. So, yeah, we can say, yeah, they screwed up, they covered up, whatever. And maybe they did it for nefarious reasons, or maybe they did it out of fear. I don't know. But it certainly makes you wonder.
I mean, and another thing, like, you know, when he's in the bar and they take that picture of him and Kathy sitting, you know, by the, you know, the door to go back into the kitchen.
Yeah.
The bar, right?
And you see the freaking
like
picture.
That picture right there. Who took that picture, and why would they take that picture of him with the, you know, the sketch in the background? But then, you know, my mind is looking at that. I'm looking at who's looking behind that damn glass window. It's like just on time. Whoever was standing behind them doors, you know what I mean? Like, that was just on time. Like, yeah, you got him. Yep, got him. I don't know. Yeah. Man. It's just a lot of shit. Yeah. My mind is racing so hard right now. Like, yo, I'm at 1,000 miles an hour.
Especially after last night.
Pumping myself with some tea. Oh, man, I just can't. Yo, man, this is insane.
Yeah, it is.
This is insane. And it just feels like a lot of things are starting to come together. You know, a lot of things that was speculation at first. Okay. I mean, well, it's still kind of speculated. It's still speculation, right?
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been from what the other three officers are saying, it hasn't been investigated. right?
Right.
So
Yeah, followed up on
I don't know, man. Like, I
Well,
just can't wait to see the outcome of this case. Like, it's getting so close.
it
It's getting
is.
so close.
And
Yeah.
it's like I brought out last night in those documents, it says that, they originally, they said they talked to a professor, they think it was Purdue University, who studied and had knowledge of the Odinist, culture and beliefs. So they're like, okay, well, we see these Odin signatures at the crime, so we're going to go talk to somebody. That's logical. That's part of investigation. Well, we talked to him, and then we were like, nah, it didn't have anything to do with this. Okay, but when they were asked, okay, what is the name of the professor? What university was it? And they're like, oh, you know what? Dang, I can't remember. I don't think he's there anymore. It might have been Purdue. Like, what kind of crap investigation is that? You follow every lead to the end and you document it. Come on. I'm not an investigator, and I know that. Okay, on this date, on February 18th, 2017, I saw this guy from this university, and asked these questions. So my question is, did they make that up? Does this professor exist? Or is it a bunch of crap? Or do they know exactly who he is, and he told them from day one, this is 100% an Odinist hit? And then they didn't want to.
Yeah, and they had to
expose that.
redirect. They
Yeah.
had to redirect. You can't.
It's
You
one or
can't
the
deny.
other.
I'm sorry. If this shit's real, you cannot say you didn't fucking know.
Hey,
Right.
but
If
you
this
know
is
what? Maybe another reason
what
they
the
didn't go into
crime
it
scene look
is
like,
because the higher
hold
ups
on.
that are
Fucking
involved
hell.
in that, and they know if they go
Yeah,
into
they
this, they're
realize.
going to
Yeah.
expose a whole bunch of people, and especially a lot of the people
Yeah.
that's in the back scene of this. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's going
Yeah.
to bring them all out to light, and that can be bad for
Mhm.
their situation.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
because
So,
Tentacles.
yeah, tentacles, absolutely. And who are these
mhm.
people? Are they, is it Jim Bob that works at the auto place? Is he one of them, or is
It's
it
everybody.
higher up, or what?
It's
Is it a
everybody.
police officer? Is it
It's
a
every-
judge? Who are these
all
people that are
professions.
the Odinists? Yeah. So
They're all
if they're
professions.
trying to,
That's how.
yeah,
Because well, they're gonna have their hands in every kind of profession. You know what
you
I'm
would
saying?
think.
Because that's the only people they can trust. That's the only people they
Right,
can trust.
Yeah.
right.
So you're gonna want to recruit members that are in different parts, so everybody has an ear out to what's going on, so they can come back. They got an ear. They have some kind of power and whatever, a different facet. Whether it's even down to the guy that's, who knows if even like a bartender was one. Everybody talks to a bar.
Oh yeah.
There's just so many. I mean, hell, just look at the mob. You know what I mean? Look at the mob. They had people in all sorts of different businesses, and
Right.
Oh yeah.
it's having your hands in everything.
Yeah. And the more power they have,
Yeah.
the higher up, the scarier it gets. You already know that, your judge or
The more
let's
control.
even say your senator or whoever, however high they go, is an Odinist. You're like, you know what? I believe I'll just not say anything because I'd like to
Right.
live today.
Yeah, it's the more
Mm-mm.
control.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, man, crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Craziness. For sure.
So it's like,
What,
what
you
do they
reading
do
through the
now? So like, what's going to happen now? The prosecution is going to have no choice but to go over this and investigate these allegations, right? Or these
I hope.
these allegations, right?
I
They
think.
might just come out and say that they already did it, and they didn't
Mm.
find any credible
But
leads.
then they got to show receipts.
Exactly.
You can't just say I did it And then when the questions start coming, you got to answer them. You know what I'm saying? You got to show like, this is the receipts we took. This is the interview with him. This is what we, boom, boom, boom. This is what we looked at through. This is the professor who told us these wasn't,
they got
ruined.
programs. Dude, they got programs out there now that there was one lawsuit where somebody had altered emails to make it look like somebody was emailing them, and they weren't emails. You know what I mean? So they could easily probably just throw something together, real quick. I mean, hell, even in small business, oh shit, just throw this together real quick and date it for this time. That's one of the things that, like, I would be asked of to do in my business professions in the past, and I never did fucking one time do that shit. I was like, you got the wrong fucking.
Hey, but I tell you
yo.
this much: I will write better court documents than them guys.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Who knows, man?
It is true. I heard of a case. I recently heard of a case where somebody had emails that were manufactured, and look, the judge bought it. They bought it. That was real. It's so very easy to do that. So I mean, you have to have better receipts, but yeah, you're right, Grizz. They're gonna have to show, and what I hope, like, this is what I think the prosecution's going to do. I think the prosecution, now that this is leaked, they're probably all wetting their pants now. And they're probably going to have to do everything that they can to say that this is a fallacy. Man, the defense is crazy. This is just a hyped up story. Y'all don't believe this crap happens. Come on. This is just the defense, doing this.
But
that is what they're going to have to say. But
if the crime scene is matching up to what the defense is saying, like, that's the biggest receipt you can have right there.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. In which case they're going to have to say, well, we learned early in the game that they just tried to pin it on the Odinist. They're going to have to, like I said, they're scrambling. They're scrambling now.
Yeah, I don't think they can say anything without showing receipts, like super big facts, bigger than the way the bodies was positioned, that F on the tree written in blood, like that type of shit is like, come on.
Yeah, that's absolutely, because now everybody, unfortunately for them, you have all these YouTube creators who we've always been questioning the narrative all the way through this case. Always. But now you have actual stuff that we can pick apart. Now you've shown us the direction on what to go. Can you imagine what YouTubers are going to uncover from here on out? It's like, it was such a blessing. My gosh, for that to be a fumbaloo, that was such a blessing for Abby and Libby. It really was.
For the justice. It's gonna fill in some puzzle pieces that you guys didn't have. It's gonna create new avenues you thought maybe weren't possible, even because of different things that have come out, for sure.
I'm starting to feel a little more sane with this Matt now.
Yeah. Are you joining Silky's show tonight?
Just a little more sane. Yes, I'll join. Yeah. I'm joining. Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, I thought you said you had poker night.
No, I said if it was poker night, probably.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. All right.
No, I'm jumping on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for hopping up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll give you my email in Discord, Grizz. So I can send you a link. Right.
Yeah,
I know where.
Now, I mean, so now the prosecution has to drop something to follow this, right?
Yeah.
They have to respond.
They have to, and they better respond with something good too, because that's a lot of fucking bombs that came out. 136 pages. 136 pages of it. That's.
I'm trying to find. I know we're in at least one Discord together. Grizz, and I'm not sure which one. I'm trying to find you.
Are you on
Yeah, I
Frank?
don't know. I don't know none of them.
I'm not on
organisms.
Frank's. I'm on Ruckus. I'm on Regis. Which one are you on?
I'm not on those. No, I'm just on mine, and I'm on Frank's.
You're not on Ruckus?
No,
Where did
no,
I see your
I
name?
stepped out of a lot of Discords because it was too much conversation in there, and I see myself wasting time just looking at all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, come on,
Right.
you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like my alerts is also it's
Yeah.
just like you know, like
Yeah.
it was hindering me from doing shit that I needed to do, like around the house, like when I had time off, or like just like it was just too much.
Yeah.
Wasteful
It can
focus
be a
on it.
time waster. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Let me figure out. CJ, do you have Grizz's email?
We usually just talk on Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on CJ's Discord.
No, I'm
No,
not.
we
I'm
just
just.
DM.
I just have my Discord.
I don't
in
really.
one other Discord.
Okay.
I don't really get to the
I
Discord
gotta
groups
send
because
you a
really
link
you
to my
spend
Discord.
3
I
hours
send you a
reading
link.
what
I
we
send you a friend request in Discord. I should be able to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to do that with you, but it wasn't coming up anywhere. Yeah, but if not, CJ can give you my email address so I can email you a link for tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, I'll send it to him here. I'm gonna get into the Idaho 4 part here now. We're about halfway through, maybe 2/3. So definitely 6 o'clock Central tonight, 7 Eastern. I'll be over at Silky Show. Grizz will be over there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait.
It's gonna be a great show.
And so you're reading through all the documents or just part of them or what?
Just part of them. I'm gonna read through the crime scene that I couldn't make myself do, and then I'm gonna look at this email that somebody sent me. I may cover some of that because it's very interesting, and probably look at, we won't have time to go through all of the kind of the numbered points that the defense had as to why this couldn't be one person, but certainly we'll look at some of them and talk about it because it's just not feasible. And anything else, if I see something else in there that I didn't cover last night, probably the testimony of the wife. We'll just leave it for your show. The wife of the guy that they're saying is responsible, and her testimony, and it's pretty compelling.
So her testimony is in those papers?
Yeah, it says that she signed an affidavit saying that this person was responsible, and then she names 2 other people, and she also says that her husband warned her not to stay away from these people, that he could only protect her so far. So we'll read through that too.
Wow. And it's like, why would somebody, write an affidavit?
Right.
Come on, man. Why would they put themselves in jeopardy just to, to make a name for themselves like this? Like, I don't get it. And you're in the snake pit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I'm sure right now she might be worried for her safety, as I would be.
Oh, right now, for sure. Yeah.
I'd be getting out of Dodge. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
she needs protection, for sure.
Yeah. And that's the thing. If this was Fumbloo and they never met, cause I wondered, I'm like, that is so damaging to her. When I read it yesterday, I'm like, holy crap. He didn't want to put her in danger, but we've got it in open court documents. Jeez. So yeah, I hope that she has gotten out of there. I hope that she is protected. For sure.
Yeah, it's not good to hear.
No. Yeah. But here's the thing. This isn't the first time they've screwed up something over there. Do they? did they understand how the internet works? Should they I have to wonder. There's some kind of things it's like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, or like, do y'all know? Just like the whole, I'm gonna bring it up, Brandon Woodhouse and the defense. It's like this was leaked, but do you know how the internet works? Because I don't think you do. I don't know.
Like, they don't understand these people are on it. Like, they on it.
Oh,
like
yeah.
they sleep looking for they wake up like the notifications are their alarm clock. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. At any given time, somebody from Delphi is going to be online searching everything. You only have about 10 seconds to correct that.
Believe that.
Absolutely.
Believe that. Yeah.
But yeah, it should be interesting. All that stuff. It's wow. It's just a wow.
So now if they don't, okay. So now, I mean, like, if they don't feel that they were killed in that location, where were they killed at?
That is the $1 million question. And all of us have been speculating here, there, everywhere. There's been,
sheds.
The shack, how many times,
It
Doug
could have been a
Carter
tent.
referred to the shack. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously. Yeah. And some of us who have been questioning that from day one, saying, I don't think they were unalive there. You're always been, oh, this is crazy, blah, 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 you're a lunatic. Well, apparently not, because according to the crime scene, it is impossible that they were unalived in the spot they were found. Impossible.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's going to move 2 bodies by himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, across that terrain, across the water,
Right.
Up that little hill.
Yeah.
No.
With all the searchers
up that bank. No.
Yeah. You're going to take them in the middle of the day and then come back. I mean, you have to do all this. Then you're going to bring them back. But by this time, people are searching because they know they're missing. No, sir. Didn't happen that way. So that just blows everything out of the water, doesn't it? And, which I said this in a video, oh gosh, so many months ago. The date of February 13th is extremely interesting. If you are a pagan or in some kind of pagan religion, it is and I don't know how much it's celebrated over here, but definitely in Europe it is a big thing. It is called Lupercalia. And that is actually between the 13th and the 14th, because understand that cultists use that, that 12 to 3 time in the morning for a long ritual, especially midnight. But and before I looked at it and I was like, I kind of dismissed it. I'm like, it's a possibility, but how many people are celebrating that in Indiana? Well, apparently some people might have been.
Oh yeah.
If it lines up with an occult date, then you have to take it into consideration. So I don't know. There's just too many questions now. So it'll be interesting. It's a wild ride. Delphi has always been a wild ride, but now we just went up that, we got on the roller coaster that does all the loops and twists and turns. It's like, woo! You just thought you were on a ride. Now you're going on one.
I mean, it gets stuck every once in a while, but when it goes, it goes.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Like, yeehaw. Just hold on to your seat. So, anyway,
it's going to be going for a long time now with all these papers that came out.
Oh, yeah.
All that shit is.
Man, we've dissected every word for so long, and now we've got 136 pages of actual things to dissect, not just theorize. Like, it's like, whoa. Yeah.
right? Especially the crime scene. Like, that's going to be a big one.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's huge. That throws so many other things off the narrative. Like,
Yep.
so, yeah. And I had just said, I'm done with Delphi. I was actually going to start covering the Atlanta child murders. And then I've got a couple of other cases, Tanner Barton, and a new one that's coming up from Miami. And I'm like, I said, I'm done with Delphi because of the fighting, the drama, all this stuff. Like, I'm not covering this until the trial. And now I'm like, whew, all right, back to Delphi.
Well, the best thing to do with Delphi is just cover, if you're covering it, just cover the case and stay out the way of the other shit.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Stay out the way. I mean, just don't associate with yourself. Not saying that, you know, like when you're doing your lives, you just can't associate yourself with this drama. You know what I'm saying? Because that ain't what you're in this for, right?
Right. Absolutely.
All right. So if you started out, and plus you started out with no one, right?
Yeah. Sure did.
There you go. So, like, nobody's gonna make you or break you on this thing but yourself.
No.
Yeah.
And I do like to hear the opinions of people that have an opposite belief, because I believe that I can't cover it fairly if I don't listen. If you don't listen to another person's opinion, then you're as uneducated as they are.
Right.
And so I like to listen. It's just like, can we stop with the crap? Because I'm out. I don't have any beef against anybody. I don't agree with everybody. Certainly don't agree with everything they say and do, but I believe that everybody has value.
Well, everybody's got their own theories, thoughts, and opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's got their own.
Yeah.
And it's about getting justice. And
even the crazy ones.
Confetti or bullshit.
Yeah. Even the crazy ones.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the Delphi area. But yeah, and that's why I try not to have a beef with anybody, because people make bad decisions. People are flawed. People are all flawed. I'm flawed. Everybody's flawed.
Right.
I try to love everybody in spite of how I disagree. I mean, there is a point, though. There is a point that I will say, no, we can't do this. But, everybody has value and everybody has knowledge. And, I feel like this. When you put somebody on a witness stand, you're asking them for information that is pertinent to that case. You're not asking them if they're cheating on their wife. You're not asking them if they've stole money out of the church bucket. You're not questioning their morals, okay? They could be a horrible person. What you're doing is you're saying, okay, you have value to this case and you have knowledge and I want to hear it, So,
right, but at the same time, it could get personal because the prosecution is vetting you. Whoever's has you on that stand, they definitely gonna vet you, and they definitely might throw some personal things at you to throw you off. Depending on how valuable your information could be.
That's true, because if your history, like Alex Murdaugh, his personal history of just being a horrible person makes him completely unbelievable on the witness stand, because he was a piece of crap for probably his whole life. How many people he bilked out of thousands and millions of dollars. It's like, yeah, you should be
generations
in jail.
again.
Even if you did, yeah.
Right.
And even if you're
they get so
innocent
good
of this
at
crime, you're. Oh
And that even goes for some of the witnesses that goes up there. Their personal stuff get exposed as well. They try to discredit you.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thing being on that stand.
Yeah, it certainly is. But that's the thing. You just hope for truthfulness and believability, and who knows? But I am excited, extremely excited for a big crack in the narrative, because that's exactly what this case needed.
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah.
coming. It ain't gonna take long, that's for sure. Not with all the information in those documents. It's coming.
Yeah.
Real quick. Real
Yeah.
quick.
And I mean, if there is information that is irrefutable that Richard Allen had something to do with this, then I'm gonna say, like I've always said, put him under the jail. But I'm just asking the prosecution to prove it to me that he is responsible, he's involved in some way, and then I'm fine. I'll shut up about it. But it's definitely more than one, so let's not
Yeah.
let one man go down for the sins of other people.
Okay, and then another thing with my thing with the video, of him on the bridge, right? Okay, so they say the police enhanced it, but that face is changing so many times. But what I'm thinking, I'm going to do a video on this as well, right? So by them enhancing it, they could have took him walking from, parts of his body walking from, a further distance, putting them together. That's why his face looked like he has a mask. He looks like Ron Logan. He looks like somebody else. Then he looks like Richard Allen. There's just it's just changing faces on it. But the thing with the mask is okay, they took that from a further distance, because in that little short clip, you don't even see him pulling his mask down or nothing, if it is a mask on his face. You see what I'm saying? And that throws me off. Like, you give somebody 24 hours, they can do something to switch up faces and, shit like that.
Absolutely.
Scramble that video. Because the phone's been missing. When did they find the phone? Like, I got to go back and look, but I don't remember right off the top.
They found it under, and that is the part of this new document that dropped that is, from what I understand and from what the PCA says, is different. The PCA says the phone was under Libby. This one says it was under Abby. There was something like, I don't know if it was a shoe and then the phone. So I'm like, there is a discrepancy. So which girl was it under? But even at that...
and why was the phone left there? If it was... That's I don't know. That's another thing. That's another thing that a question I've always had in my head. Like, why was the phone left there if they knew they was recorded or something? Like, or they even knew they had a phone? Why not even destroy it? Try to destroy it or something and take it.
Throw it in the river.
Right.
Yeah. Throw it in the river. And
it's by design. They've had practice, Yeah. That's the thing with these generational practices is, the grandpappies perfected the shit. They try and teach the newer generations, but they're so entitled that the entitlement starts to cloud what they need to protect in order to keep doing it, something that they didn't learn because their grandpappies can't teach them that. And eventually this shit starts to get exposed because of the entitlement, because they don't feel they need to cover their tracks like their grandpappies used to have to do all the hard work. Shit was given to them now. Knowledge, but also opportunity when the others had to, to do certain things in order to make sure that they achieved what they were wanting to do. So it's just part of that time now where the generations that were entitled slip up, and that's when the shit finally gets exposed. I wouldn't be surprised if shit like that was happening for fucking ever since people started exploring over here and started getting together, that shit goes back hundreds of years. Oh
yeah.
Even before the country was what it is today.
Right. Well, you see what they did to the king. They said, this is America.
Right. They because they didn't want to pay taxes, but look, all of us motherfuckers pay taxes now, right?
I know.
Because they didn't want to pay taxes. Now we're Thank you.
See, that's what a lot of that's how them secret societies took over this country. Like, that king don't have no reach over here, so we can bring our practices to America. This is
Yeah.
our land. You
Yeah,
see what
it's
I'm saying?
all
Now,
it's all
now you
old
see
country
all the
shit.
symbolism and stuff going on in here. The Freemasonry. You know how Washington D.C. was gridded out. You know, stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh yeah. I follow that kind of stuff, Grizz. I'm out there on the wild side with all that kind of stuff. But then, you know, you meet somebody like I have met Carol, and who I was on my live, and she's Illuminati bloodline, and you know, look, all the things that you study, you find out, hey, this really is true. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Did
I
we
know it
lose
was a fun
Grizz?
balloon. It sucks about the details. Yeah, I know it was a
Okay.
fun balloon, and the details are horrible, but it's a good thing.
It is.
It's a
I
good
think
thing
it's
that it came
I think
out.
it's an answer to prayer
Justice
for,
is going to happen.
yeah, a lot of us who have really, you know, been hoping, praying, you know, believing that something would happen where the truth. And that's all. I think most of the Delphi creators, you do have some who are in it for the wrong reasons, but most of the Delphi creators really just want the truth. We don't even care what the truth is. We don't care if it's Richard Allen. We don't care if it's not. We just want true justice for those two girls. That's it.
I mean, everyone's speculating, man. Like that's what you do when you investigate. Sometimes, you know, you have to speculate to find different clues, different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what take you in a search in different areas. You know what I mean? Like you have to, as a good investigator. I mean, you can't just ignore shit. You know what I mean? And that's what some creators was getting it twisted. Like these people have the right to do this stuff right here. They have a
Yeah.
right to speculate. You know what I mean? Like this is what
Absolutely.
they seeing. This is what they're seeing from this
Mm-hmm.
case. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not all going to see the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so that's what makes it a good thing and a bad thing, because just because, okay, somebody disagree that, okay, some kind of, you know, cult was involved or something, and you're looking like, no, let's make sense. And then that's where the rift and everything begins. Oh, you don't know this, you don't know this. But then when you get this information like this, you're like, what you do now? You know what I mean? Like, what do you say
Yeah.
now? See, now that should be a lesson right there. You got to have an open mind for these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you should be able to tell if somebody's going far off the ledge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a difference. You should be able to tell a difference. But you got to let people, you know, have their opinion and
That's why I'm
speculate.
so
You know what I
strong
mean?
about making sure the community the way it is. That's why
Yeah.
people want to fucking hate on me sometimes, because I boot motherfuckers out so quick that ain't about that shit. And it's like, no, it's about maintaining that atmosphere in the community where people can come in. It's people have even said that in chat.
Yeah.
Right.
Difference of
Yeah.
opinion and a different theory, and not feel like people are coming at them. And that's the important
Right,
part
because
about it, because everybody has a voice. None of us are at the fucking water cooler. We don't know. We don't know.
right.
Right.
And if you
Right.
are, you're not talking on YouTube. You ain't talking on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure.
You know?
That is
So
for
none of us
sure.
really know. We can all sit there and say, yeah, 100%. But really, I know you ain't at the water cooler either, because you wouldn't be on YouTube talking.
Yeah.
That's fact.
And that's
Nobody
the thing.
knows.
When you have all of these different voices and different theories, if people would work together, you know, you could
Transformers. Shit.
yeah, you could actually maybe get further along in this case and be of assistance to,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
people, because everybody, you know, you have so many people. This person really knows this aspect of it really well, and this one knows that. You put it all together, it makes sense.
Right.
I mean, can you imagine though? Because I don't know of any YouTuber that has hammered on Sons of Odin. I think most of us have covered it, have speculated that they could be involved. Certainly, the signatures were there, even though that F, you know, to me, when I got that information, it was leaked, you know, it wasn't in writing, but I still followed that, you know, and did a video on that. So we've all speculated that they could have been a part of it. But Can you imagine if you had a creator that had from the beginning just hammered in on Sons of Odin? They would have been laughed out of the YouTube community.
Oh yeah, no, it has been a few creators, right? And like that has they didn't really they brought it up, they they kind of hammered on it in some way, but like with the F and with some of the symbols that's been out there, that's been going around, I've always thought that certain things had something to do with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that's why I go back to like why not listen to this person and just research it yourself, to see what they're seeing, instead of just laughing at them or just saying, oh, you're crazy type shit. Like, you got to put in your work too. You got to or talk to them, be like, hey, what you mean by this? So communicate with one another. I mean, it's not hard to do. Like, this is easy to get in touch with somebody. Leave a message in their chat, like, I would like to contact you about this. Like, in certain ways you can handle that situation instead of going straight off the ledge saying this person is crazy, they don't know what the hell they talking about, blah, blah, blah. But then when information comes out, what do you say then? Like, how do you fix that then? You know what I mean? Now you have no choice but to look at this person's research and be like, okay, and then go from there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Be right. They broke the news. They were the first ones. It's all about me, when it should be about them. I think is what takes place, because trust me, I've seen some shit out there already of I was the first one and this and that, and I'm like, okay, bro.
Oh yeah.
No,
like,
it's out there. Like, okay, but how about for the victims? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Promote and gloat about victims, not gloat about me. Look what I fucking did. No, you don't ever hear me fucking say I was the first fucking one. No, I'm gonna tell you,
that doesn't make no sense
for a long time. I'll say I've said shit, but I'm not gonna be like I'm the first fucking one. No.
Okay, this is way different than saying, I was the first one to have this hat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was the first one to have these things. This is different, because like it's you don't. No, this is just another step forward in trying to figure out this case. You know what I mean? That's how you move forward with that. This is another step forward on us figuring out this case. Now that we have this information, can we figure something out now? Can we, you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Right.
Come on. Like, that's now we know that's definitely a possibility in this case. Right? That's all I'm saying. So
always has been, because there wasn't no answers. Now there's answers. Now
now there's answers.
Now there's some extra puzzle pieces.
It makes me think, though, everything has been held. They said, well, we're not going to let you see the autopsy. We're not going to let you see the coroner's report. We're not going to let you see the information that we have because we're keeping it close to the vest. Okay, I understand that there are times, for sure, that you
they didn't pursue the person that had the vest tied to it. They're going to hold it to the vest for the integrity of the investigation, so people don't know that it had something to do with ritualistic shit, but then they're not going to pursue the ritualistic lead.
Exactly.
Well said. Exactly.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
It was called you're protected somebody. You went, oh, hot potato, I'm backing the fuck up off this.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and that was the whole point. It's like, you kept all this secret.
It goes way above me.
Yeah.
That's why somebody. That's why you put somebody to replace you, right? And the sheriff office that was going to do the right thing they're supposed to do for your group. I don't know. Instead of having a fair election.
Right. And that's when you bring in. Why didn't they bring in other agencies if evidence said that this could be an occult hit? Why didn't you bring in specialists from these kind of people, not just talk to somebody. It might have been Purdue. We don't remember his name. Why didn't you put a full investigation into that?
You could be
Why
a
didn't
you could be a you could be a park ticket cop and know that's a fucking ritualistic crime scene.
Yeah,
You
or
don't,
at least staged to be. You know, there you go.
I mean, the way that just the twigs alone, and then the letter, right there. Like you could be writing
Yeah.
parking tickets the whole time, not even know what it's like to pull somebody over and fucking walk up there and see, oh shit, yeah.
But
Yeah.
but ask yourself, do you really think a lone wolf would do this type of,
No.
you know, like a lone wolf
This is
like
true.
would do this and not, once he commits that, in my opinion, once that adrenaline is gone, he's out of there. He snapped, woke
Yeah.
up, he's out, he's gone.
Absolutely.
No, it's a group that
What the
won't
hell
say
did I
shit.
do? Now he's panicking and out. When he panic, he
Yeah.
go. He don't
Yeah.
panic and stay there to stage the scene. Like that would not, like, he would leave so much more evidence there if he was panicked. You know what I mean? Trying to stage that scene, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and yeah, that's why. Obviously, it wasn't a lone wolf. The only other thing that it could be is if you had two warring factions. Let's say you had the Sons of Odin and you have another group, okay? Some other kind of motorcycle club, some other kind of cult. Could one group of people have committed this and then staged it to pin it on Sons of Odin? To me, that is a possibility. If you had knowledge of their practices, they said it was staged. Could it be that? It could be. I mean, again, theories, but you gotta throw out all possibilities. But still, even in that, the police should have had very extensive, tons of records to prove or disprove that the Sons of Odin had anything to do with it. And all they've got is, we talked to somebody, can't remember his name.
Right.
Especially when you have the testimony of the wife, ex-wife, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
okay.
Hello.
So this is another thing. So now they're insinuating, okay, one of the girls' mothers was involved with a certain group, right? Because she was dating outside of her race. So right there's like, now you're involving the mother in this. I'm not saying that she had anything, well, because of her, what she did, right?
Yeah.
Caused the girls to, and that's I don't know, that's tough for me to, like, I'm really thinking about that one now. Because now it's like, you got to look and see who she was associated with. Was any of the people she associated with is,
yeah. I mean,
involved with these people.
You know how it is. People who are that mentally disturbed to be that racist, who could actually commit a crime because of that reason. I mean,
right, that's what I'm saying.
They're whacked out anyway. Yeah, they're completely whacked out anyway. And then you're like, okay, if somebody's capable of doing this, and usually, again, I mean, it usually is these type of groups that are, maybe clandestine white supremacists, but it goes, if you go back, if you look at, because I was studying Odin, I've actually been studying Odin for months, but it's so complicated. I had this, I don't know, it was like 198 pages of this guy that infiltrated the group, and he was some kind of professor. And I actually looked at that and I read all of it, and it was such a hard read because it goes into their very detailed about their ritual, but not the sacrificing ones. And it was like, I don't want to do a video on this because I don't think people can wrap their head around this ridiculousness, of Thor this and, Father Odin this. It's like mythology. And, but in all of that, I had a point to this. I can't remember what it was now. But, studying Odin, it does get out there. And, in there, when you look at, and you can probably do a simple Google search to see this, you go back to the roots of this in the Norse religion on down. That is the one thing that they are, is they are white supremacist. Period. Period. That is what this group stands for, and it not just over there, but over here. And so now you're looking at, well, yeah, could it have been from the mom and her associations of some of the things? Could that have been the reason for the hit? I mean, it could have been. These people are deranged. They're utterly deranged.
Well, according to the papers, that's what the ex-wife or wife. So it's going to be a possibility, because she's saying it right there under testimony, under oath.
Yeah.
So she knows the repercussions if she's gonna not tell the truth.
I know the prosecutors wasn't. I know they knew this had to come. This was coming out. I know they knew this was coming. Like, you could not be that lackadaisical, not knowing this is coming. You see what I'm saying? Like,
happening in Idaho.
Like, I'm like,
Idaho. They're thinking everybody's believing the bullshit that all the communities used to have to be force fed before, but now it's different with all the technology and the microphones and the cameras that we have. It's a completely different story. It's a part here's the thing. Like, before, they were able to stay ahead of technology. Now they're at a point where it's a crossroads and it already went past, and they're not able to keep up with that technology anymore. So that's why you see, like, the same thing with Idaho. The same thing's happening where the prosecution obviously isn't seeing what the defense is coming at them with, because they're sitting there going, they're fumbling papers. Well, how could we supply something if we don't have it? It's like what the fuck? They're not able to keep up. They're not able to keep up. It's a different age. It's a different age. It's one thing when you're dealing with reporters, right? It's one thing when you're dealing with reporters or news organizations that have a boardroom to answer to. And when you have a boardroom to answer to, you have sponsorships that you need to make happy. Those sponsorships are the ones that prevent the real reporting from taking place. And so when you have people out here on YouTube that are doing what fucking news reporters are doing, they're doing the prep, they're doing the homework, they're doing the reporting, they're doing the opinions, they're doing the storytelling, they're doing all these things, they're representing the truth, the facts, asking questions. But we don't have that boardroom that we have to answer to. We don't have to say, sorry, Quilted Northern, we won't say certain things, or we won't go down certain routes because we don't want to upset you. We're saying, fuck you. It's about the justice. Finally, before all this other time, the news, back from when news was created, it was all about trying to make sure justice was. No, it was all a bunch of bullshit. Now we're at that age where it is about the justice, because there is none of that other shit that influences any of.
You can't hide the information.
Right. It's a new age.
Hard
We
to
are
hide
the new
the
information.
And that's what that's the part they're lacking at. They're not able to secure their information as well as they used to.
They're not ready, because think about this. Back in the day, right? This is what would happen, right? This shit got leaked out, and right? That it was supposed to be sealed. Right. This shit would have got leaked out. It would have went to a news agency, because a news agency would have got it. Then the fucking county or whoever would have contacted the news agency. The news agency would have contacted the county, and they would have said, hey, do us a favor, hold off on reporting this. That kind of shit. It's different now. You got motherfuckers out there swooping up them documents, and guess what? We're talking about this shit. We're talking about it. It's going to be exposed. They can't keep up. They're not ready. We're the new news, and we're coming at it. That's why people ain't watching fucking ABC and all these. They're coming to YouTube. They're coming to watch us, because we do report the real shit. Right. And that's why it's so important. It's beautiful. It's beautiful that it's taken place because there's been enough propaganda BS that's been put out there for so long. And finally, we have voices that want to actually speak the truth, be about the truth, be about the victims, be about the justice, be about the right thing instead of, quilted northern saying no. Because fuck you. Then you don't care. And we do.
Yeah. Can you imagine how history would have changed if we had had the internet like even 60, 70 years ago? A lot of the issues, some might have been worse, but I think a lot of them would have been better if you had people. Because you had to buy the narrative. All you had was just your own thoughts.
All you had. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now you have people, digging, doing their own stuff, saying, hey, wait a second, this is a bunch of crap right here. And this is why. And I think that is a beautiful...
And they have such a stronghold on people. That's why people like us get criticized when we're talking shit, and they're like, oh, you're conspiracy. Oh, you're, no, motherfucker. It's like, dude, if you just sit back and you think about it, you put yourself in other people's shoes. It's something you can't teach somebody. They're either born with it or they're not. And if you have the ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, you can approach all these cases with the understanding and even taking on the criticism that comes with some of the things that you might have to explore, because in your mind you're like, yo, you have to.
And the crazy thing, I tell my kids this all the time. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go through these things in life, right? Like the things that you don't have a choice to go through. Okay, somebody else went through that. You understand what I'm saying? And you learn from their mistakes. Learn from other people. You got it. Like you're definitely right about that, because you have to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes, right? To even have an understanding of that situation. I mean, is wild. And I tell my kids that all the time. Like, if some kids that I used to hear this all the time, I need to go through this to understand this. No, you don't have to put yourself in these situations to understand. Or now, just look at that person. Matter of fact, let's go have a conversation with that guy over there holding the sign. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna learn a lot from this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's just be like that's real. You don't have to put yourself in things to get an understanding. You know what I mean? You can just learn from
even
other
when I
people's
get
mistakes.
upset. Even when I get upset, right? Before I get upset about something with anybody else in my life, before I ever get upset, I put myself and I swap the roles. You know what I mean? I swap the roles. Would I have done or said or acted or whatever? You know what I mean? If I felt that I was disrespecting somebody else because if I did something, then in my mind I'm like, yeah, then I have every right to be upset. There's plenty of times that I swap the roles and I'm like, no, it's not that big of a deal, and I move the fuck on. But there's sometimes, that's why I always tell people, if I act different than any time that I'm acting when you guys normally see me, it's for a fucking reason. It's because I already done put myself, swap the roles, went, yeah, I would be upset, or I would feel like I did something in some, and then I'm upset. There's a reason for it. It's because I put myself in other people's shoes. I put myself in other people's shoes way too fucking much more than I should. But it's the 150. It's something that I can't not do. I always have to do the 150.
But that's a surviving mechanism. You see what I'm saying? That's a part of how I survive. Is gaining understanding from situations. You see what I'm saying? And being able to have a conscience to be like, to take time, because everything is moving so fast. No one has enough time. Well, in their mind, they don't have enough time to sit back and put themselves in other people's shoes, or even to learn, something that can be helpful to you in life. You see what I'm saying? Because the way things is going down is moving so fast. Everybody just think everybody's praising time at this time. You see what I'm saying? Like,
all they have time
it's almost like time is the God that everybody's praising now. Because if you hear everybody, I don't have time for this. Time is this. Time is what's fucking hurting you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was hurting me for a long time. I wasn't able to like shit. My first day at home in the studio all day yesterday, I knocked out my whole damn fucking new setup. You know what I mean? Like today, in between, I'm hitting up Discord. That that's the thing. Like you can even look from like back in the day when just dad went to work, mom stayed at home. Nobody raised the kids other than the mom. You know,
Mm-hmm.
nowadays both parents got to frickin' work. One might have to have two jobs while they, babysitters are raising kids, like all these different things. And
Uh-huh.
it is time. It's what time is everything. It really
Time is
is.
everything, man.
They try
So
and
Yeah.
keep you so busy with all this other shit. And it's like, damn, why can't we just go back to the days when we all just kicked it at home, and we didn't even a babysitter happened when mom wanted to go out on a date or something, like the old
Because we
times.
can't
It's
afford
sad.
to.
It's really
Yeah,
yeah,
we
it's
can't
really
afford to.
sad.
Everybody has to work at least one or two jobs to do it. But I mean, you're right, Grizz. Putting it doesn't really take that much time and effort to put yourself in somebody else's position, but you have to first have the understanding that your thoughts and beliefs are shaped from the time that you're born by your culture, by your family, by what society is saying, you should or shouldn't feel. And you have to have the mindset to break out of that. And, imagine life isn't as I know it. Let me put myself in somebody else's position. And you're right. How would I feel if this was, the way that I grew
Hmm.
up?
Yeah,
Then it makes a huge difference. But people don't, I don't know if people don't care enough or they don't have the ability. Some people really don't have that much of imagination.
distracted. They're
Yeah,
right,
distracted.
they can't.
Everything is handed to them, including information. I mean, hell, you see how many times somebody comes in and starts saying a whole bunch of shit that's not even true or real. And I mean, I still get messages about this dot person, and that's been debunked for how fucking long. And it's like, you should listen to what they have to say. It's like, dude, seriously? Like, people are
Yeah.
just handed information there, and that's why it's so important that we are about the factual, the realistic, the shit. Yeah, there's a lot of different theories that can exist, but you need the homework too. You need the proof. You need to be able to,
right,
not saying certain
Hmm.
things can't be involved. That's why everybody's thought, theory, and opinion is important, because every one of them could be true. We don't know.
right.
Um,
Or
but
some portion of it,
not
you know.
Right.
right. It's
And
you
that's
just
the thing,
sometimes you
though.
need more information to explore it more. That
Yeah. And you know what I'm seeing? And I love this. I see more and more people, whether it's on Discord or emails or chat or whatever, saying, I don't even watch the news. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm one of those people. I get all my information off, the internet, off
yeah, I
YouTube,
watch the
off,
weather.
whatever, because people are cutting that cord. Because all of a sudden we're talking and we're looking and we're listening to other people, and we're like, you know what, the the powers that be aren't telling us this stuff. And so now
Hmm.
we've gotten a little bit smarter, and we're like, you know what? They have an agenda, but collectively, we don't. We're speaking our truth, how we see it. I could be right or
Right.
wrong. So could you. But collectively, it's like people are like, you know what? I'm tired of listening to the talking heads.
See now, when you accumulate all the knowledge, all these centuries, centuries, and be greedy and hold them, and you know, and you got so big and fat off of holding it and just letting out what you want to, and then you give us the internet, and then we start shit
Yeah.
like this. Imagine, like, of course, like so many wrenches is going to be thrown at you. It's just like, nah, this ain't true. He's crazy. He's just like, no, you know what I mean? Like, come on,
Yeah.
like it's like a gift and a curse to them. You know what I mean?
Right. It's amazing. It is amazing. If you use it, if you use it correctly, which a lot of people don't. But yeah, that's the thing is now we don't want to be stopped. Like, you can tell us, we'll listen. We see a news report, and it's like you don't automatically, like when I was a kid, if the news said it, it was true, right? But then you
Right.
remember the whole CNN debacle where it was proven. You can watch the videos of them just pretending to be overseas, pretending the gunfire and all this. It was all just a movie. It was crap. Some of them were in the dang parking lot. And it's like, oh, okay, so now we have the knowledge to know that you've been feeding us a bowl of crap all this time, so we're no longer
Because we
looking
can do
at
our
you
own
as the authority.
homework.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we can do
You're
our
not
own
the
homework
authority.
now. We don't need to depend on you,
Yeah.
Right. You gave us the tools to do our
Yeah.
homework.
Yeah. And connect
But
with
see,
other people.
this online can be destructive as well. See, that's why it's like a gift and a curse. Like you can.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy.
That's why you got to have the big boot with the big heart, man. You got to be able to let it shine, and you got to be able to get that fucker and slam it on the table too. All right, here's the boot. It's a little dirty
because it's too much evil going on. The evilness is taking over, man. Like, it's crazy. It's like nobody want to fight against that shit. You have very few, and there's
No, you just have to be strong.
They're not being heard.
You just have to be strong enough to hold the shield. Deflect all the bullshit from the community that isn't strong enough to hold the shield. Deflect it all. Be the voice to tell everybody it's okay. It's it's a new age. It's a different era. So
yeah, that's why I tell some creators,
they need to start doing it.
I tell some creators, I talk to them behind the scene, like, look, you doing a good job at what you're doing. Don't let none of this stuff deflect. Don't even get into this, man. Why even respond to this? Just leave it alone. You doing what you're doing. They deflecting your message. They deflecting your information. They deflecting everything you're trying to do. They trying to deflect everything. That's what you got to understand. I know it's hard. Like, I even found myself looking into some, like, when I was on these Discords, like damn, just wanting to get into something and say something. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, this shit is dumb as hell. Like, I'm gonna say something. Somebody gonna screen record it, screenshot it. Now this gonna be a big thing. You know what I mean? When I was like, damn, I should have just stayed out the way. You know what I'm saying? But like some of these people I genuinely like, because I've communicated with these guys, and it's like, come on, man. Like, you do way better than this, man. Like, I know the shit you put out there, the shit you do to help people out. Like, and some people not even creators, but they do a lot of helping. They help research. I'm like, come on now. That ain't your talent on here. You know what you do, and within this part ain't, it ain't it. It ain't it, because you got so much more ability to help people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just
you're doing a good thing.
You know what I mean?
Because you're doing a good thing, and that's what they do. The people that are trying to do a good thing, they try and throw that confetti in front of you, or that fog, so you kind of see, but you kind of can't, and you're a little distracted. It's all by design, It's all by design.
I saw the internet can be summed up in one meme that I saw. It was the truest thing I have ever seen in my life. It said, I hold in my hand a device that gives me all the knowledge of the whole world. And I use it to watch cat videos and start arguments with internet strangers. And that's the truth. Everything that you want to know, you can find an answer somewhere on here. But yeah, we use it to fight with each other, and I watch cat videos, so I can't say anything about that.
Hey, there's some funny trolls out there. There's some nasty trolls out there. Like, and there is just some evil trolls out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's just all kinds of them out there, man. Like, I mean, the funny trolls, I'm not gonna lie. I just think they're funny. Like, there's some of this because they don't get personal. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't get personal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they
Fine.
might make.
Yeah.
I can deal with that one. You know what I mean? I can
Yeah.
deal with those shows because it's funny sometimes. Like, you know what I mean? But when it starts getting nasty, man,
Yeah. That's when they get
Yeah, it's like
rooted.
motherfucker. We got keys.
Yeah.
especially when you start getting
You
in,
know?
especially
Like, come on.
you
Come
doing
on.
these cases, man, and this type of shit and that type of nastiness jumps out of there. It's
Yeah.
it's nasty all the way around. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
just
it's not about the victims at that
right.
point. It's
It's not about the
personal,
victims at
and
that
that's
point.
it's not,
Right.
yeah.
And that, you know, some troll, I have a resident troll. CJ's experienced him or her, whoever. But,
Oh yeah, I
you
snapped
know,
back. It was fun. I had fun with that one.
I was
I
going to
had some
say,
cute
you
to
know,
say back. I can get creative.
yeah, that's the thing. Some of these trolls,
Don't
I'll
make
be
me make
honest with
t-shirts.
you. Yeah, they're they're kind of amusing as long as they don't
Make
get
t-shirts.
too awful. It's like, you know, you kind of you bring some levity to the chat. So I
I'm
don't
sure he'll
hate
be
on
there
all of the
tonight.
trolls.
I'm
Oh,
sure he'll be
probably.
there tonight.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Always shows up. So
Oh
anyway,
yeah, they'll pop up.
yeah.
They'll pop up, man.
But you know, if they did something that was truly helpful, that'd be great. But yeah, but they're amusing. It can be amusing, and it just depends. Like when we read through some of the subject matter tonight, I'm not going to tolerate a whole lot of anything because it's not the time to even have fun with your trolls. You know, it's very serious. So mods will be. We'll be working. I sit here and I try to mod as well.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope.
Oh, trust me, I'm my own quickest mod, and I'll be. Yeah, you're good.
Hey, I
Silky,
can't
'cause
drop links, but
just
I can block people like a motherfucker. Like, get out of here.
everybody's like,
Yeah.
trust me, I'm the quickest mod.
Yeah.
People, even my own mods will be like, "Yo, I didn't even see that shit." Yeah, because I'm fucking quick on
Yeah.
that shit.
And you know
By
what?
the way-
Sometimes as a creator, you know what I noticed that when I like some shows I go to, and I see the mods doing all the work, like blocking people before the comment
not
even
here.
gets to the creator that's on their screen. I like that. Like, I don't even want to really address none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Get that shit out of here before it even
I don't
pops
want
out.
somebody to have to see some dumb shit. You know, I don't want to
Yeah.
have. I don't want anybody to see some dumb shit. That's why, usually, if it gets past me because I'm switching a video or I'm reading a document or something, the mods are always right on top of it too. That's why people can come in and say that they appreciate the community, because you got to have a big heart. It's that balance. It's the balance, and if you have the balance, then you're about progress. You know.
Absolutely.
The yin
And
the
by the
yang.
way, Grizz, when we go live tonight from StreamYard, there'll be a blue button up in the right corner. You can live stream from mine, you know, to like I'm streaming to mine now from CJ's, so y'all can both stream to your own tonight. So you have all this. Whatever,
Oh, okay.
you know.
I've never done that before, so I don't even know what it looks like. So what, when I'm entering
Have
the
you not?
studio or after? No, I've never
No?
recorded on my show while I was on somebody else's.
Really?
So I just, no.
Is it not in the
never had it.
corner of your screen on StreamYard right now? Because I'm streaming. But it's usually, it says stream to your own. It's after you get in the
So you
studio.
have to get into the studio?
Yeah, but the
Oh, okay.
settings
Oh, I
on...
see it. Yeah, I see what it says.
No,
Yeah.
you don't... yeah. Okay, so you don't have to... You don't do it in the settings, like for your camera and stuff when you first go in, but once you get in on that StreamYard, you know, and you're in backstage or whatever, it should say that. Now, you have to have your settings prior to the show. The creator of the show has to have the settings where he allows guests to do that, but mine's always set up that way. And so that blue button that says live stream to your, I don't know, whatever, I just know I hit it and it pops up on my stream. So that way everybody has access, everybody knows, everybody has access to your channel and comments. Of course, the bad part of that is we will share trolls. So.
Yeah. When are you gonna? So 6 o'clock Central is when you're having it. Are you gonna have a noti set up after the show?
Yeah,
or after you're done? I'm still gonna be going into Idaho 4. After this.
Actually, I'm gonna have to bounce here in just a minute because I've got an appointment. But yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then if you will get me Grizz's or give him my email so I can send him a link, and then I'll have a thumbnail up, and I'm gonna start advertising as soon as we get done here. I'm gonna make one for tonight.
Yeah, do me a favor, Grizz. Shoot me an email, and then I'll collect Silkies, and then give it to you. Let me see here. And I'll do that while we're kind of getting into the Idaho 4 stuff, while we're watching some of this.
Sounds good.
There's some
you know what? We
evidence.
definitely have to have a conversation on Discord. So
yes, for sure. For sure. Yeah, that should be very interesting.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Brandywine. There's the link for Silky.
There's my YouTube, and then my email. I mean, you can just email if you want me to. If you want to, Grizz, it's silkyandSouthern@gmail. I actually have another one. I haven't even set it up for another email, but silkyandSouthern is
dumb shit again. God.
But that's what mine is. So as long as I can send it to you, and the only reason I don't put the invite link up in the chat is because you get people who are not invited to be on panel to want to try to hop up there, and then you have to keep spending this time bumping them off from backstage.
No,
so
don't even do it. I don't even pay attention to them. So. I don't. They can sit there and be dumb as long as. For real, like, you picked the wrong dude. The dude's not gonna keep banning you, kicking you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna hang out, look like a dumbass, and then you're gonna end up leaving because you're fucking bored. So don't even. That part's covered up in StreamYard. Don't even pay attention to him. Fuck it. Don't let it ruin what you want to do.
I have enough trouble seeing my guests by the time I put all those little screens.
Just make sure they authenticate. Yeah.
I don't ever do that. How do you do that? I don't even know what that is. I saw
your
the
settings,
button, but I'm like.
In your settings for your guests, just make sure you have them authenticate.
So how do they authenticate?
Through YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Verification. YouTube verification. Otherwise, if you don't have it on authenticate, anybody can fucking hop in.
Okay.
And that might be where you're having your issue or whatever, because then people can, especially with trolls, and people can just hop in like crazy, not even be authenticated, make the profile 2 minutes before they hopped in, kind of shit. So at least if you have it set to authenticate, then they have to have an authenticated YouTube account to even have access to the link to join before they even get into your backstage.
Thank you for Garia Vesca just subscribed to me. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna bounce and try to get my stuff together for tonight, and look forward to seeing both of y'all. It's gonna be a great show. It's gonna be hard for me to read that, but actually, and if one of y'all, I'll put it up on the screen if y'all want to read it. But we're gonna read it live.
We'll be there for your support or whatever. And I'll probably just put out a community post. I probably won't go live. I'll probably just put out a community post, and then whoever the audience from my community, they'll just come give you the views, so you can have the views. And
that's sweet. It doesn't, I don't mind either way, CJ.
No.
But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No. So, yeah, when do you want me to be ready?
I don't know. I always go on time. Unless
Okay.
some catastrophic event happens, I usually start on time. So, I mean, you can be there from the get-go. Because I have to work tomorrow. I have to get up early in the morning. So, I'm going to try to limit my show to not go past 8 p.m. Just because I have to get up. So, we're going to have to... and as much as I love to interact with my subscribers, I'm gonna say very quick hello, and then we're gonna get right into it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm gonna talk some Idaho for a couple hours. Do a little bit of work on Discord, and then I'll just get ready for your show tonight. And then after that, everybody, I'm gonna be doing a hangout show. After that for a little bit. I was thinking about doing it at the lounge where we can watch that CBS 48-hour special if you guys want to hang out for that. But I'll just did you still need Grizz's info then, since he got your email, or
I don't know.
did you still need me to?
I guess we'll find out.
Because you were wanting me to email him. You were wanting
Yeah.
me to email him your info, but then you told him your email. So I didn't know if you still needed me to do that.
Let me
or
say,
Thank you.
yeah,
Linda Jackie.
and there's also probably not today because we're both so busy. I need to have a private conversation with you too, CJ, about something that you just need to know. But
Yeah.
I haven't gotten an email
Well, I
from
can
Grizz
always.
yet.
I can always. You haven't gotten an email?
No, but sometimes my email takes a while to get here. It's slow as Christmas, so. But I'll let you know if it comes, close to if it comes close to showtime and I haven't heard from Grizz, then I'll have you do that, or I'll do what you said and authenticate and just throw the link up. We'll work it out. We'll get him on there some way.
Yeah. I'll probably, because I got the rest of the week to do, because I can do a little bit of work on the Discord, and then I can do more work to it tomorrow as well, because I'm not streaming at night tomorrow night, so I'll have a lot of time to get a lot of stuff done for the show, especially tomorrow after the daytime show. So I'll probably be going till about another 2.5 hours. I'll be going on this show, and then after that, if you go hold of me, I'll go ahead and reach out to you, and we can chat about the show or whatever.
Okay. By the way,
kind of go from there. So
tomorrow
I'm
night,
excited to come hang out. I appreciate it.
I know.
Yeah.
Me too. Just a FYI, tomorrow night, while you're not doing anything, Coach Kev is doing a live on the Atlanta child murders, which should be great.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I was gonna start.
Yeah.
We had the same brainstorm at the same time. There's a lot that people don't know, and that is still hanging out there. Yeah, it's
What
a
time?
big. I can't remember if it's 6 or 7, but now he's on Eastern time. Anyway,
Okay.
Coach Kev is a great presenter, and
Okay.
so I'm gonna try to hop in
I want to
his
have you guys
chat.
on again. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll go
he's
hang
great.
out too, and I'll promote it to the community as well. So since I won't be streaming tomorrow night, I'll definitely go show some support over there. I appreciate Coach Kev and everything he's doing as well. I'd love to have him back on again too. It was great having you
Yeah.
guys on.
Yeah, it was a great
couple
show.
weeks ago. Yeah,
It was,
I appreciate
it
you
was
guys.
great. All right, well,
Okay.
I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, I'll reach out
and
when I'm done. And
okay.
yeah, thank you for
All
hanging
right.
out. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Eagle
Thanks for
CJ.
having me,
I'll be
and and thanks to all of my people that showed up. And I'll see y'all later this evening.
yeah,
Bye bye.
appreciate it. Can't wait. Thank you, Silky. Thank you, Grizz, as well for hopping up also. And yeah, after the show tonight, I know a lot of you guys we're wanting to watch that. So we're going to go hang out at the lounge. After I'm on Silky's show, we're going to go hang out at the lounge and watch that. Yeah, it's entertainment. But we're going to go ahead and watch it. There's a lot of people that weren't able to, so we'll be doing that over there. And then like we'll be like we said, we'll be going over to Silky's show. 6 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central tonight. And I'll just be so you can go sub to her if you're not subbed already. So I'll set the show notification at the lounge after this show's over. I'll go ahead and do that. And then just time might change because it all depends. Come on, StreamYard. Okay. The time might change because it all depends on what time the show's over at Silky's. So just keep that in mind when it comes to the hangout. I'm just going to give an example, maybe 8:30. Come on, StreamYard. So maybe around 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, somewhere around there. So we'll be watching that tomorrow night. All right, let me get to a video here. It's being buggy as hell right now. There was some breaking news real quick that I wanted to hit. This just well, it actually happened a while ago, a couple hours now. This came out.
Romeoville, police are investigating a quadruple. A well-being check there yesterday led to the discovery of a man, woman, 2 children, and 3 dogs inside a home on Concord Avenue. NBC5's Charlie Husky has the latest.
This afternoon, evidence technicians go through a car in the driveway of the 500 block of Concord in Romeoville as neighbors wonder what could have happened inside. Police responding to a well...
Oh, shoot. Hold on. No, sorry. I thought it was Sharon again. No, this is in Chicago. Come on now.
Meanwhile, about 4 miles away in Romeoville, police are investigating a quadruple homicide. A well-being check there yesterday led to the discovery of a man, woman, 2 children, and 3 dogs inside a home on Concord Avenue. NBC5's Charlie Husky has the latest.
This afternoon, evidence technicians go through a car in the driveway of the 500 block of Concord in Romeoville.
Romeoville today, family of 4 and dogs unalived, and they were found from a wellness check, which means they hadn't been heard for a period of time.
As neighbors wonder what could have happened tonight, police responding to a wellness call Sunday evening found an entire family dead.
I got 2 dead dogs, TV knocked over, and a coffee knocked over in the front room. I'm out. That's some 369. I'm waiting for at least one more to make entry.
Investigators are saying this was not a murder-suicide.
Right now, we are investigating this as a murder. And again, to maintain the integrity of the investigation, we're not releasing any of that.
The adults have been identified as Roberto Rolón and Zoraida Bartolome. 2 children, ages 7 and 9, were also discovered.
Romeoville police confirmed that all 4 victims suffered gunshot wounds, including the family's dogs.
That's unnerving, that's for sure. It's another very quiet neighborhood.
OCL Pineda was coming back from Chicago when he saw police cars crowding his street last night.
It's very sad. Yeah, last night I can't sleep, you know. I'm thinking, you know, it's a lot of crazy people. And I lock all the doors.
Neighbors say the family had only recently moved into this Romeoville neighborhood, and for the most part, kept to themselves.
It's very, very quiet around here. Sometimes we don't even lock our doors. Yeah.
Wow.
So something like this is just scary.
A frightening crime that neighbors hope is solved soon.
I do hope they find whoever responsible for it. Just know they did it once, they could do it again. So
in Romeoville, Charlie Wojciechowski, NBC5 News.
Wow. Yeah, Romeoville, it was in Chicago. Just recently moved into the area. What the hell? Okay, I wanted to show that real quick. For the breaking news, let me see if there is any other breaking news real quick before we get into the Idaho 4 part of the show. Let me see where we're at so I can put a timestamp in it. We're at 4:18. All right. So we'll still be going for another 2.5 hours or so. Give me 1 second. Yeah, lock your damn doors. It'd be cool if you might come on YouTube, StreamYard, whatever. All right, I'm just seeing if there's any more breaking news about that. Not really seeing anything. I don't see anything about that. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. All right, let me get to my Idaho stuff. Now, everybody's talking about this exculpatory evidence. We were talking about exculpatory evidence last night, the last couple of days, what it possibly could be. Hell, actually, the past couple months, honestly. Exculpatory evidence has been a topic. Now, we had a very interesting conversation yesterday about it. And there's some videos. There's a lot of videos that are coming out about it as well. Give me 1 second. It is being... I'm going to refresh this real quick. Just give me one moment here. I'm going to refresh StreamYard. Oh my gosh, all right. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully this refresh worked. Now, yeah, we were talking about the exculpatory evidence yesterday, last night, hell, the last couple months. There's a lot of talk about it now. And kind of like I was saying, I think it was the window at the corner of the property where you would walk around, kind of by where the kitty corner from where the ladder was at. I think that's the window that was peeked out this whole time. Because I think you're going to get the best view of both sides. You look out the other window. It's limited when you look at the parking lot. Just a theory or facts? What is this? Everything's a theory. Unless it comes out in paperwork. I mean, hell, even what I think the exculpatory evidence is just a theory, speculation. Yeah, it always. I mean, I'm not at the water cooler. That's why I keep telling people I'm not at the water cooler. I don't know for sure. I don't know.
Hope you're all well on this fabulous.
I do not know.
No.
I'm not there. Come on, StreamYard. Shit. For real?
Terrific Tuesday. Terrific Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what it is. But I do know it is Hayden's 10th birthday today. Hayden's 10th birthday. So if you want to wish Hayden a happy birthday, do put a message down below in the comment box, because I know you will, because you're amazing. You look amazing. You're fantastic people, and you're just kind. And he will love to see some messages from you guys. But we do need to talk about something, because this is video 1 of 2 today. It could be video 1 of 1, depending on what. Anyway, I've got to get on with it now. Shut up, Harsh. Get on with it. And what we're talking about, what we're talking about is What's the Obsession. Now, there's a link to What's the Obsession's video down below in description. So if you haven't seen it, go and check it out. I must warn you, as Jules also very eloquently put, the video is a lot longer than perhaps it needs to be. That's all I will say. And in fact, the video that was kind of a teaser to this video was probably as long as it really needed to be. But look, I'm not here to criticize. I'm just here to say that some of us just don't have the time. Some of us don't have the time to, and I'm conscious now that this video is going to be a lot longer because of my jabbering on. So shall we get into it? Basically, What's the Obsession has done a video, and they are apparently speaking to some people from around, close to the case, in terms of the college, some students from the college, and they have come forward. I have you know, and they have explained what the exculpatory evidence is. That's right, the exculpatory evidence that none other than Bethany Funk has. Now, what they're basically saying is Bethany Funk, while she was clearly, this is what happened. I'm going to talk about a variation of this. But she must have been staring out of the window into the night that night, as you do, not asleep, staring out of the window, when she happened to see a man clad in black walking across in front of her. And that is the exculpatory evidence that she basically saw a man clad in black walking. Now, you have to imagine or try and wonder why this person, if it was the same person that was in the house, why he would have, well, Dylan Mortensen said he went out the back and out the rear slider, which would lead you to believe that perhaps he'd parked out that way. But this person's out the front of the house and going, anyway, I digress. Point being, I wonder how this is even exculpatory. The only thing that I do find interesting, however, what I have thought, what I have contemplated, is that perhaps this is that there was more than one person. Perhaps when Brian Koberger said, has anyone else been arrested? And when we have, you know, a lot of us have considered whether Brian could have done this on his own. Was he part of a bigger picture? Was there more than one person who went into this house? Was Brian a driver? Was he a driver and someone else had gone in? I'm not 100% sure how you could class that as exculpatory. Basically, exculpatory means that it's evidence that favors the the accused, the defendant. And look, perhaps they're just trying to say that this crime couldn't have been done just solely by our man Hare. There's a bigger story to be had. You know, how could we've got one person who's seen in the house, we've got one of the other roommates who saw someone at the same time outside the house, or so on and so forth. I don't know. It's a strange one, because I also have to wonder if that was just as clear cut as that. You've got Dylan Mortensen saying, I was roused in the night. I heard noises. That was like my friend was playing with her dog, and someone was here to help play with the dog. And then I heard whimpering. Maybe Murphy bit her while playing with her. I don't know. But it was annoying, and I shouted, fuck up. You know, this was kind of, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that's kind of the story that we get. But then she sees this man clad in black come across the hallway from Ethan and Xana's room, go past her and out through the sliding door. And luckily, we have Bethany Funk downstairs, who, like I say, she was just happened to be staring out of the window by happenstance. She was looking out there and saw this person. Why would they have just not put in the PCA? Both of the surviving members witnessed a man dressed in black in the property and subsequently leave. Because you could also imagine that I would say that if he's gone out the back and seen walking across the front of the house, then a camera's caught them. There'll be someone on camera. Maybe that is the slam dunk, the ace in the hole that is going to come out at trial. Who knows? But I'm struggling with it. I am struggling with it because I think to myself, so was Bethany awake all this time? Was she awake and did she hear something and that made her look out the window? Or was she, like I say, just awake that night and just happened to be looking out of the window and it was by chance that she just happened to see this person? I don't know. Maybe you can answer the questions down below and let me know what you think about it. Is this the exculpatory evidence? Is this the eureka moment that both of the surviving roommates happened to see someone dressed in black walking around the house? Now, we've got the Banfield situation with lots of people around there and people coming and going and people running and, cars and all sorts of things going on around there. So, I don't know what is going on. What the actual flip, or is it feck? I don't know. You'll see the thumbnail and you'll see what I chose. But yeah, that's what we're saying. That basically, Bethany Funk saw someone outside the property. That was kept out of the PCA, as we know, because only one of them was apparently a witness and saw all this. They eventually made that decision that was going to be the case. But yeah, maybe they both saw this person in black. Let me know down below. I hope you all have a fantastic, terrific Tuesday, and I shall catch you all later in video 2, where I tear Jennifer Coffin Dodger a new one. I'll see you all then.
Let's listen to that.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you're well on this terrific Tuesday. I'll tell you what, that went better than it did in video 1 because this is video 2 of 2 today. You know the drill. Anyway.
Well, and it's like this. If they had the same description, don't you think it'd be in the PCA? It states that Bethany has exculpatory evidence that doesn't go along with the whole narrative. Of course, I've always thought that she's seen somebody that didn't fit the description that matched what DM states. Whether that's the body type, clothing, something.
You're looking amazing, by the way. And we're going to get straight into the meat and potatoes because I waffled
Otherwise,
a bit.
if it matched, it would be in the PCA. It would be.
In the other video, waffled a bit. He's talking about Dylan and Bethany and the exculpatory evidence and the What's the Obsession video. Anyway, if you didn't see it, go check it out. And this one, we're going to be talking...
Has anybody seen that video? Should we watch it? Why is it too long? I haven't seen it. I don't really watch that channel too much, so I'm not too familiar. Not too familiar with it. Somebody fumbled. I need
talking about none other than Jennifer Coffin Dodger, the ex-FBI agent. Now, you would think that someone who is ex-law enforcement, you know, even though she's ex-law enforcement, at the end of the day, she is someone who is still a representation of law enforcement, what they stand for. And she was talking on Twitter about how she felt.
So, who? What's the Obsession or Jennifer? I mean, I know Jennifer Coffindoffer is an ex-agent. Will judge dismiss the indictment or not? I don't think not yet. Do I feel like it's possibly coming? Yes. I feel like it's possibly coming. Do I feel like it's going to be dismissed on the 22nd? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Do I see it coming? Yes.
Out none other than Jennifer Coffin Dodger, the ex-FBI agent. Now, you would think that someone who is ex-law enforcement, you know, even though she's ex-law enforcement, at the end of the day, she is someone who is still a representation of law enforcement, what they stand for. And she was talking on Twitter about how she felt. She basically said, this is going to be a room splitter. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what she was thinking. This is going to be a room splitter. Because if I was one of the parents of the victims of the Idaho 4 case, which you're not, by the way, you're not. And I don't know how you can even... anyway, I digress. So she's saying it would basically piss her off. It would drive her insane. It would drive her crazy if she was to watch Brian Kohberger dressed as a choir boy going into these court proceedings. Dressed as a fucking choir boy. I don't know what choirs you've been to, but I haven't ever seen choir boys dressed in a suit and tie, grey, and I don't know. Well, maybe
this is true.
Maybe I'm just reading into this too much, but this is...
No, you're just speaking truth, buddy.
Someone who is ex-law enforcement.
You're just speaking
and she
truth.
is basically criticising and making it look like it's wrong for Brian Kohberger before he has even been proven guilty of anything to begrudge him wearing a suit. So what she's saying is basically before he's even been convicted of anything, he's supposed to be walking into that courtroom dressed like a fucking orange and with a chain round his neck, walked into the court like a dog, like they did with that other poor fucker. Well, I say poor fucker. I don't mean poor fucker from the Delphi case. Do you know what I mean? Richard Allen. Now, have you seen what's going on in that case? Anyway, I'm going to get sidetracked here, aren't I? Because apparently there was more to it. We've always thought there was going to be more to that, but apparently that could have been a sacrificial murder, and there's a lot more to it. We did, like I say, we did think that. We did think there was a bigger picture. But that guy, even though he was going through the system, he looked like he was fucked. That's what he looked like. He was done. I didn't even think he was going to even make it throughout that system. But that's what people like Jennifer Coffin-Dodger want. They want people, before they've even gone through due process, to be treated like dogs. They'd have them eaten out of a dog bowl if they could. That's the way that I get. And people were coming forward and they were saying, look, he could be innocent. He could have been innocent. So Jennifer Coffin-Dodger lashes back and she's like, oh, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. He's guilty. There is a knife sheath with his DNA found underneath one of the victims. That's it. Okay, so what you're saying with that mentality is, fuck it then, let's not have a court. Job done, get the fucking donuts in and send him down the river, get him shot up against a wall. That's your mentality. As someone who is ex-law enforcement, ex-FBI of all law enforcement agencies, you're basically saying, because of what we know so far, and that is the only real thing that we know so far, is that there is a knife sheath, apparently, with a small piece of DNA on the button snap. And what you're saying is that is absolutely, undeniably proves he was in there and done this crime and murdered all these people. And we don't need to have due process. We just need to save us all some money, save us all some time, and just get him lined up and shot.
Same shit we've been saying for months. It's why we've been criticized. It's why people want to talk shit. It's like, no. Think about it logically. Come on now.
That's what you're saying. And then loads of people see this because she's got quite the following on Twitter /X. And then you get people who are turning around and they're saying, you know, you're right, this is stupid. I hear all these lies being made up. Like, she's pushing the fact that there is lies and things being twisted. Tell me one lie, like on this channel that we've spoken about. So tell me something that we've pushed out that has been a lie. Now, we have speculated on certain elements of what could happen, especially when you've got rammed in your face about the fact that 911 call wasn't made for 8 hours. That's not a lie. That's a fucking fact. Yeah. The fact that we've got parents around these victims who sadly have been caught up in the narcotics world, and this place has got a drugs issue. We have got people on the peripheral of this case who have been involved in the supply of narcotics to someone who died and walked free from it. That's not a lie. That is a fact. And it's things like this that make you question what is going on in this case. You've got officers who are around this case who have been involved in perhaps not doing their job quite as they should be. Again, not lies, fact.
Yep.
Anyway, I get very, very emotional, very, very upset about things like this because I feel that you guys out there, you're being manipulated. You're being manipulated by people who you trust, people in power, people in positions that you, when they speak, you listen because you think, oh, they're ex-FBI. They're ex-FBI. They know what they're talking about. They know everything.
Yep.
You know, when they speak, they're like the oracle, and you believe every single thing that they say. And they're saying shit like this that's perpetuating negativity before someone has even gone through due process. And when you see due process and see how they're being treated through that system as well, it's not ideal. It's not how it should be. And all I can hope is that none of you who are supporting the likes of Jennifer Coffin-Dodger and the stuff that she's saying are ever in a position where perhaps you've got a relative, a child even, who is being accused of something, and they come to you and say, look, mum, or look, dad, I didn't do it. I did not do this crime. But the evidence is pointing otherwise.
Right.
And you've got to make a decision. Maybe you send them down the river because the evidence points to it. or you take into consideration that there have been multiple cases over the decades where things have been wrong, including DNA evidence, and that has led to people being incarcerated for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. They've lost their lives to be later found to be innocent. The system fucked them. Anyway, let me know down below what you think. Did you see it? What do you think? Is it right? Is it wrong? How should things truly be? And are people like Jennifer Coffin Dodger, they are influencing people?
They should always be, right? Just like we are here on YouTube. But they have a higher platform. I'm going to show Gizmo for a little bit here while I'm on the side camera. They should be, because they, just like us, we have to, because we're on a platform. We have to understand that people are going to be coming in here expecting what we're saying is going to be newsworthy. That's why you have to, that's why most of us don't go down all these crazy freaking, not saying they couldn't exist. Oh, StreamYard. Not saying they couldn't exist, these other theories, but it's like, we have to, like, not only respect, but explore at the same time. But there's sometimes you just need more. Not that it can't exist. She should be well aware of her platform already. You're an ex-FBI agent. You have the clout that of us on YouTube don't, but they expect the same truth, the same facts, the same reporting. Everybody's held to the same standard when you're doing what we're doing. Yes, Gizmo just chilling over there, just hanging out. Gotta love, he's cool. Gizmo's cool. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help out. Sorry, StreamYard's been so buggy right now. All right, so I'm going to get to some other stuff here. So that was a live stream that was a live stream that ended up being too long. There's no short version of what they were talking about. Let me see here. Now, there's some, I kind of want to do a Dahmer episode coming up. There's a lot of new stuff that's been coming out with Dahmer. I'm not going to cover it today, but it will be an episode coming up, probably a members only, honestly. But we'll have the Kappa Kappa Gamma finishing up Sigma Chi. Probably combine those two, actually, end Sigma Chi and get into Kappa Kappa Gamma. Let me see here. There was something. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, this is from innocent until. I wanted to share this channel here. Now, this is a video. Let me see here. 1 second. Let me update the. This is a video I've been wanting to watch for a little while, and I'm kind of interested. We've seen Crime Circus talk about Kopaka. We've seen a lot of other channels discuss Kopaka, and this is another video I kind of wanted to show you guys. This is from Innocent Until. Let me share what their channel looks like, and here is the link. 1 second. I want to make sure I get you the secured version. Yes. And I think this was... Thank you so much, Brandy. Come on, StreamYard. Are you going to show it? Treats for Gizzy. That'll be his nickname, Gizzy. Oh, it's I couldn't have asked for a better freaking souvenir from the first trip, you know. One of my favorite movies. We should watch that movie some night at the lounge. Gremlins. We should. It'd be fun. All right, this is Innocent. So now this is a video. This is not something I want to make a specific episode about. We've already talked about the different Kopaka stuff way long ago. What's up, Jacqueline? We've talked, yes, Fire in the Sky as well. Maybe this, maybe we can do like 2 movies in one night, right? Like we're used to hanging out in 4-hour shows. We should watch 2 movies. We should watch Fire in the Sky and then end it with Gremlins and have an intermission in between to go grab yourself a snack. We should do that. We should do that. We should figure out a night or even an afternoon that would work out great for everybody to be able to do that. I would watch the movie in the lounge over TV any night. Yeah. Well, Silky's show's gonna be done. Let's watch a movie. Hey, we're gonna watch the CBS 48 Hours tonight at the lounge around, I'm just gonna say 8:30 is when I'm gonna go live. 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. And we were gonna watch, I don't know. How long is Fire in the Sky? Yeah, it's a good movie. Well, we'll have to figure out a night. I don't know. I was up pretty late last night. Let me think. We'll figure out a night. I'd like to watch both movies if we could, or maybe Friday night. I don't know if StreamYard's working. Maybe Friday night. How about maybe Friday night after, or maybe Thursday night? I don't know. Hour and 49. Do me a favor. Chat amongst yourselves when would be a good time to watch it, and we'll watch. Let me know what night. I don't even care if it's a night. I don't even care if it's a night that I have a show. Okay? If you guys say Thursday night's a good night to hang out at the lounge and watch a frickin' movie or 2, then we'll do it. Just let me know. It's completely open. If you guys want to do Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, whatever. Let me know what day's good for you, and we'll work around what you guys are able to. All right, so I'm going to check out this. So this is, can I pause it? Casualties and conspiracies, everything is communicating something. No matter what your thoughts about Kopaka, I hope we can agree that at the end to his story was tragic. I think we should all ask ourselves, what do these things say to us? Yes, prayers and heartfelt condolences are with every person affected by these cases. They're not stories. These are human beings. This is well written. on every side. We honor them best by remembering that with every intention. And thank you for sharing your time with me. I need no offense or disrespect, no matter how provocative some of my views and opinions may be. Very well said. I appreciate that.
It's possible involvement, connection to this case, these circumstances, or lack of. Do you think about who he was as a person? I couldn't really find any pictures of him when I was researching this case. 2 or 3. A man with troubles who dealt with life on his own, in his own ways, and on his own terms. Everything is communicating something. Man, y'all gonna hear me say that I put up a post, man, on Twitter and on the YouTube community tab, asking you guys for your opinions about the Brent case situation. And true to form, I didn't get most of the responses until after I recorded this audio. So, I seen some very interesting questions, man, that may have me thinking and made me question some things more. I still be honest, I didn't see anything that made me change my thoughts about this case that you're about to hear. But it may not be my last time at least talking about this situation. But you guys did, ask some very interesting questions that I didn't get until I had already recorded this audio that I have no interest in going back and re-recording. So we're just gonna get to this. We'll talk about it again later, man. Everybody has their opinions. I hope you enjoy it.
Oh shoot! I thought there was some videos that went along with this. Damn, that's a long 45 minutes. That would be something to sit back and listen to. Let me see here. Yeah, definitely here. I'll share the link to this. Definitely give this a listen. I apologize. I remember checking out this channel. Great views and opinions and thoughts. As of right now, we're already 5 hours in. I'll definitely give that a listen in the background when I'm doing something. Give me 1 second. I do want to get to some other things here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's already 5 hours right now. I don't want to get, I kind of need the visual thing too right now. Otherwise, I might get a little distracted. Because it is kind of... Oh, I will. There's just some other things I wanted to get to real quick. I didn't realize that it was just a background. I thought there was going to be other things to go with it. That's all. Let me see here. So Steve said she was trapped. There was something else I wanted to show you. I'm just having to scroll up here. There's new Dahmer recordings. Slam dunk. Decisions on cameras. Where was it at? Yes, the chaos sector. That's what it was. Hold on. The chaos sector. Sorry, I'm just waiting for StreamYard to catch up. I'll be live tomorrow morning. I'll be live every morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow night, I will not be streaming. I'll be taking a break tomorrow night. Wednesday night is still my break, so I'm going to be able to get a lot of the meetings and background things done for the show. So it gives me a night to knock out a whole bunch of stuff. But I'll still be on in the morning. I'll be on every morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, doing a daytime show. For this weekend, I know I'll be having some members only. I'm not sure the schedule yet. There's some other plans in the background that I'm trying to get fine-tuned for the next couple weeks. So not too exactly sure, but for sure Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, through the morning and through the early afternoon each day. And then Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll be having my night shows too, kind of like we did last night as well. All right, so this is an edited, what is this? Edited footage. This is Chaos Sector. I wanted to play a couple of their videos. Especially the one this is from 4 days ago. The other one's from these are always interesting videos.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. As promised, we will examine what appears to be someone edited out of the Linda Lane surveillance. We had to go back and spot it again, like trying to spot a needle in a haystack. It took some time to find it, but the needle's glare in the sun was spotted. This occurred at 2:03 a.m. and 50 seconds. Let's examine.
Seconds. So thank you. I appreciate that, SM. Well, thank you. I hope it helps your day go by quicker. Is Linda Lane footage still a thing, everybody? Because I've been into the manhunt for, it was 15, 16, 17, days in a row. So I might have missed out on some shit, but I didn't know if Linda Lane was still a thing or not. Oh, we discussed those before. Little dust bubbles. Or a bug.
Did you see that? What does that look like to you? Trash? A dust ball? Debris?
Yeah.
Perhaps even an animal? Well, I handed over to our video analysis specialist, who also helped examine the surveillance footage from Crown Plaza Hotel in the Kanika Jenkins murder investigation. It was an exhausting journey, as we examined literally frame by frame, revealing that the surveillance clearly showed Kanika was not alone in those hallways.
Thank you. That was a very stressful case to cover.
Yeah, it does seem
And to
like
all those who are still genuinely fighting for the truth, we commend your efforts. As many may know, who are still around, our conclusion of that case ended more with a question. Pick your poison was basically the conclusion. Some didn't like that view, while others respected it. So, all in all, we dedicated years to getting justice and revealing the truth. We did what we had to do. I will say that this surveillance footage is real. It is the surveillance from those Linda Lane apartments that captures that specific area visually and
Okay. This has been a big conversation. Not this. I'll tell you what the big conversation we've had for a while is, like, when all of the cameras are gonna display some shady shit, what happens? It doesn't get doctored. It's not available. So don't you think that don't you think that if this was available, don't you think it would have been a situation where it was like, we don't know where the tape went. The cameras weren't working that night. We went to transfer it to a digital backup and somehow it data corrupted both files. You know what I mean? Not fucking remove a freaking oh my gosh.
Audibly.
It would
But
it wouldn't have been available. They're not.
There is a problem. We have tampered footage. There has been an obvious edit. Let's focus on the edit, which indicates in 4 footage there may be more.
We don't know
At
where
exactly
it went.
2:03 a.m. at 50 seconds, an object appears from the center right side.
It's a dust bubble.
Notice I used the word appears from the center right
or a
side.
bug or something.
At first glance, it appears to be simply debris,
I
like a
remember
piece
when
of
we
trash
went over
tumbling
this.
across the parking lot. One could even assume it was an animal, such as a kitten, a possum, or even a raccoon. But the color changes
bug.
from white, it disappears, then appears again,
It's
as a black object, and often disappears and reappears across the parking lot. Finally, it just vanishes behind the left pillar, where the silver vehicle is. But I detected a freeze in the surveillance at this point, yet not the time. The time in the upper left-hand corner continues to tick, but the surveillance freezes momentarily with that object. Then it returns to its normal state, and the object is no longer visible anywhere near that pillar, nor the
How do you
vehicle.
know?
Let's examine the movement and the physical state of this object
How
in
do you
slow
know the
motion
normal
to spot the
state
visual
if it
evidence of
all
edited footage.
is just sitting the same way? All right. Is it paused or what? So why wouldn't they just clip it and not even okay? This is what I'm saying. Because how you get listen, if you zoom out, how are you gonna know that unless there's a tree that's blowing, even that, you're talking to YouTubers that have to edit their own videos. Why would you spend all of that time removing this if what there's being said is that you can tell that the ticker still moves but the video was paused? Well, then why would you go through all that work when it would literally only take you 2 minutes to clip that part out of it and just have the video paused for a minute while the ticker still goes? You're saving a hell of a lot of work for a very small snippet when you could, if you're already doing it, the freeze with the ticker going, then why wouldn't you just extend it another 10 seconds? How is anybody going to know that unless there's a tree there or something, how is anybody going to know that nothing's moving? It's like watching a ghost video. You can see weird shit, but doesn't mean it's a ghost.
Examining the object zoomed in, it appears solid in one instant, but becomes non-solid in another. If something is not solid, then it has to be some form of a light source, such as a shadow. A shadow is not a solid object, it is a reflection. Meaning, the appearance of a solid object, that morphs into a non-solid object visually, is the very evidence of a physical object, being edited out in the surveillance. The physical object, based on the analysis, is more than likely a person. Debris, or trash, would appear to be transparent in motion, but it won't physically disappear. An animal, such as a cat, possum, or raccoon, which are common animals in neighborhoods, can't physically appear and disappear across the driveway. When I say disappear, I mean literally vanish physically. Solid object won't vanish across the driveway.
Maybe it was a ghost.
That is something known as teleporting.
Maybe it was as simple as a ghost. Maybe it was a ghost. Well, then they did a shitty ass edit if they didn't edit out the shadows of the shoes. You need to do better, video editor. When all you had to do, video editor, is cut, splice, kaboom. Like, hell, you didn't even have to cut and splice nothing. You could have taken still photos and extended the still photos in the time period that you had to remove, and nobody would have been none the wiser.
There was someone heard
You
running
done
in the
fucked up,
surveillance,
video
but they
editor.
weren't physically spotted doing
You
so.
left the shadows.
Could it be this very person?
What if it's a ghost?
And if so, why would they be edited out of the footage? I'm assuming they may have some involvement in the activity that soon unfolded, which would be about 15 minutes later. This editing occurred around 2:03 a.m. There was a female heard, which we assumed had told someone to stop, please stop, around 2:10 a.m. Ethan's name was heard around 2:20 a.m. Females are heard yelling. One of them yelled OMG. A male is clearly panicking, so it's possible this person may be involved in all of that activity. What do you think?
Well, there are several reasons for editing someone out of surveillance footage. In traditional practice, privacy masking is used to protect the identities of individuals in surveillance, who are not relevant to the focus of the camera. But we need to distinguish the difference between privacy masking and simply blurring faces or objects out. Body cam footage from police officers often blur the faces out of individuals who are not relevant to the matter at hand, such as an investigation. Privacy masking, on the other hand, utilizes several visual editing techniques to conceal the identity of a person, group of persons, objects, or even buildings. Simply using blocks to cover an area, or a person's face. Blurring can be used, covering a person or group of persons, and even an area. Or, they can use the silhouette technique, which essentially erases the subject out of the surveillance completely. But, referring back to the Crown Plaza Hotel surveillance footage, they did a horrible job in privacy masking. Because, it was used for malicious reasons. Also, due to the angles of what was physically unfolding in that surveillance.
So what, did the same thing happen? Is this that lady that was in the hotel or whatever that disappeared in California? Did the same thing happen with this case? Is that why they're showing? Yeah,
They couldn't successfully erase the presence of someone else, along with Kanika. We saw shadows on the walls. There were dark silhouette-like figures merged with her physical body, and through mirrors, we could see figures that didn't match her reflection in that mirror.
The video that Ellie had.
When using privacy masking in this manner, they may mask most of the physical evidence of someone there, but all of the remaining physical evidence can't be concealed. So, you end up with fuzzy, blotchy, corrupted surveillance. Also, if you recall, in the lower level surveillance, near the stairs, Kanika literally just pops up in the surveillance. She is not physically seen walking from the elevators onto the ramp. Similar editing was spotted in the Linda Lane surveillance, as the shape, or shadow, pops up in the center right region in the driveway. It doesn't travel from the far right side, where the dumpster is located off-screen. The object, or shadow, literally pops up out of nowhere. This proves that the person in the surveillance was edited out, while the shadow of that person was also edited. Now you may ask, why didn't they just erase the shadow as well? The privacy masking in this surveillance may result in affecting the vicinity of the physical target, such as a blurry blotch coming across the driveway. Privacy masking is not 100% accurate, as the results vary. If you examine this example of privacy masking, it masks the majority of the employee's body, but his hand is not masked. This may be due to the variation of physical movement his hand has, compared to the rest of his body. So, the masking can't essentially cover that hand completely, as it's in constant motion and surveillance. The variation of its movement, such as fingers, and slight
Seems like a
position
lot of work.
changes, make masking the hand virtually impossible. Once again, referring back to the Crown Plaza surveillance.
So, okay, so why is somebody, who would be the one that's doing this to this footage? Who would it be? You think the person that's familiar, that the person that committed the crime is also familiar with the technology and the tools and has everything to be able to do something like that? A cahoots with the landlord? Yeah, I always thought it was edited before being released as well. That's why I was like, we need to, like, we explored it, but we just need to chill on it because let's wait to see if it's even real. We don't even know if the timestamp was real. We still don't know if the timestamp was real. You know what I mean? So if we don't even know if the timestamp is real, I believe it was. I believe it was.
A similar problem exists there. They could mask every physical segment of the perpetrators, because the variation in their movement compromised the masking's ability to track it. So as a result, they just blotched everything, which only magnified the editing. Crown Plaza Hotel and Rosemont PD reviewed the masking being processed the first time, which to them appeared convincing enough. And similar in the Linda Lane surveillance, they also assumed it was convincing. Like mentioned, it could be depicted as some sort of debris, or an animal passing by. To the naked eye, of course. But for those who examine surveillance, and have experience in detecting edited footage, well, it's obvious to us in that field. So, I believe the individual has been edited out, because whoever they are, may be involved in the murders. Perhaps they had on all black clothing, and white tennis shoes. An odd combination, but there is a reason for that. It could be a signal of who is who, out there in the darkness. He obviously would have a specific role, and his white tennis shoes act as an identifier. I don't think this person was inside the house though, obviously with white tennis shoes on. He was snooping around at night, in the neighborhood, with those white tennis shoes on. And the perpetrators would know where is located in that darkness. He didn't communicate through talking, he communicated with his white tennis shoes. Just a theory, of course.
No, I agree. That aligns with the strategic planning of those murders. A guy in all black with white sneakers at night, communicating with other perpetrators with those very visible white sneakers at night. He wouldn't say anything, just lurk around. I get it completely. Since you mentioned that Crown Plaza surveillance, I'll just revisit one of the most key pieces of visual evidence. In the kitchen where she was discovered deceased in the freezer, the window in the office to the left side was blotched out to protect the visual evidence of who was with her. You can't edit through a window, such as editing the physical movement of anyone walking around that corner, but you can place something visually there to obstruct the view. So they had to blotch it out completely. This screenshot of that surveillance displays the window of the office, which appears to show no signs of editing. But if you zoom into that region, during playback of that surveillance, which we did hundreds of times, you will observe that the outer window is clearly covered by a huge blotch. There is also a black line along the outer region of the window, which is clearly a sign of something being concealed. Now, since this is in the physical space of the kitchen, not through the window, it is easier to simply use a masking technique to conceal what, or who, that is. Similar to a mirror, you can't edit through objects or surfaces that display the reflection of the physical object or activity in real time captured in surveillance. And I detect similar editing techniques in this Linda Lane surveillance. It is not a cat, possum, raccoon, debris, trash, dust ball, leaves, any of that. It is in fact a shadow of someone appearing to be walking across the driveway. Now if this person has been edited out of the surveillance around 2:03 a.m. and Ethan's name was heard around 2:21 a.m. along with the OMG and the yelling, we have to assume that individual edited out has to be linked to that very activity.
I would assume so. Some may suggest that the object is in fact some sort of animal, such as a cat, moving across very quickly, which creates the blurry effect during motion. Speed does create a blur during motion, but let's make sure we understand the difference. Here is a photo of a cat running. Now of course it's running, so the camera would process each frame of movement. Since the cat is running, which is quick movement across the driveway, the camera captures a lot of motion blur of the cat's movement. But, this motion blur does not create the visual effect of the cat becoming invisible. The only way this is possible is that it would have to be moving so fast that the camera can't even process its movement. No cat can move that fast. So we know based on physics here that this object is not an animal such as a cat. It is a shadow that they tried to disguise as the aforementioned objects, such as debris or an animal. I think the individual who has been edited out may be a suspect. I question the release of the surveillance, as the authorities didn't release it, nor was it even examined by the mainstream media. Surely they have become aware of its leak. It's quite odd, don't you think? It was this very Linda Lane surveillance footage that spotted the alleged coworker driving in the parking lot at 4:05 a.m., right? Yet no coverage of this from the mainstream media. Nor from Moscow PD. Is it because they don't want to bring attention to all of the other audible evidence of attacks that happened prior to his alleged presence? I'm guessing so. If you take away all of the yelling, even screaming, and Ethan's name being heard prior, and it only consists of the alleged coworker spotted at 4:05 a.m., I'm sure this would have been all over the mainstream media. Which supports the belief that not only did the murders occur earlier than the alleged coworker's presence in this surveillance, but the most important, Moscow PD, and the media, know this based on that surveillance. I can't believe they have done this. Once again, Crown Plaza and Rosemont PD covered up the murder of Kanika Jenkins. Because there was surveillance, they had to edit the surveillance to hide the evidence that proved she was murdered. When there is a cover-up, such as with that case, and the Idaho murders case, any physical evidence such as surveillance, or even audio, will be edited. I would even suggest that there is more editing in that Linda Lane surveillance, just have to examine all of the video footage.
Oh yeah, more than likely.
Yeah.
Wow, thanks for the analysis.
No problem, anytime.
What do you guys think? Is this someone who has been edited out of the footage? All of the physical evidence suggests so. And the time frame of this edit aligns with the attacks upon Ethan, which were about 15 to 20 minutes later. I believe they are a suspect, and this is why they were edited out. The guy in the white hoodie was also spotted by both cameras in Linda Lane apartments, remember? Yet he wasn't edited out. And it would be just as logical to do so, assuming he had been involved in some sort of drug transaction. So it appears this person is a suspect, based on all the audio evidence we've analyzed in the previous episode. As we say here at the Chaos Sector, truth has no filters, nor can it be held back. This is the Chaos Sector.
Whoops. So this is, oh, I hope it don't. Come on, let me. There we go. Now, I'm going to save this one for later. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. It's already 2 o'clock now. So I'm going to be taking a break. I'll be getting together with Silky here in a few hours, and we'll be hanging out over on her channel tonight. So here again is Silky's link. If you're not subbed, come hang out over there. Tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. Here is the Chaos Sector video that I was discussing that had Emma in it. We'll check that out on the next show. And I'm also going to be, after this show is done, directly after the show's done, I'm going to be putting out a notification for the lounge for tonight for 9:30 Eastern. And we'll be hanging back watching that CBS 48 Hours episode again together. Let me see. Let me put the lounge link up there. Come on. Where did it go? There it is. All right, and there's the link for the lounge. We'll be over there, and then you guys will figure out like a movie night where we can watch one or both of them, whatever we can do. But I'd like to watch Fire in the Sky together first. So I think that'd be a really cool movie to watch together. All right, everybody. I'll see you guys either on Silky's at the Hangout tonight or tomorrow morning. And I'll go ahead and put a notification out for tomorrow morning as well, where we're going to be talking about the same things. And I'm sure there's going to be some new documents that are coming out too. I feel like there's something coming. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And I will see. Come on, hop over to Silky's tonight. Come show her some love tonight. She's a great person, great soul, and just a wonderful human being. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. And I can't wait for the lounge tonight again, 2 nights in a row.
Secretary, I'm the boss tonight, and you don't give a fuck what they all say, right? Awesome, the Christian and Christian Dior. Damn, they don't make them like this anymore. I ask, cause I'm not sure. Do anybody make real shit anymore? Bow in the presence of greatness, cause right now that has forsaken us. You should be honored by my lateness, that I would even show up to this fake shit. So go ahead, go nuts, go ape shit. Especially in my pastel on my babe shit. Act like you can't tell who made this new gospel. Homie, take 6 and take this. Haters, that don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much stronger. Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on ya. I need you right now. I need you right now. That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much stronger. Man, I've been waiting all night now. I need like you right now. I don't know if you got a man or not, if you made plans or not, if God put me in your plans or not. I'm tripping, this drink got me saying a lot, but I know that God put you in front of me. So how the hell could you front on me? It's 1,000 yous, there's only one of me. I'm tripping, I'm caught up in the moment, right? Cause it's Louis Vuitton dine night, so we gon' do everything the kind like. Heard they do anything for a Klondike, well I'll do anything for a Klondike, and she'll do anything for the limelight, and we'll do anything when the time's right. Baby, you're making it. I need you right now. Haters, that don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now, cause I can't get much stronger. Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on ya.